Hello guys, welcome to Muse Fanfiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was Merlin's only heir and unlocked ancient magic that made Dumbledore tremble. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Breath Before the Storm. The Occlumency lesson had already been going poorly before the walls began to bleed. Harry sat in the familiar chair in Snape's dungeon office, the cold stone pressing through his robes, the dank air thick with the smell of pickled things and the peculiar metallic tang that always preceded Dumbledore's pensive sessions. Snape stood before him, wand held loose at his side, his black eyes glittering with their usual contempt. The torches flickered in their brackets, sending shadows dancing across the shelves of jars containing things Harry preferred not to identify. "You are not even trying," Snape said, his voice a silken drawl that carried the particular venom he reserved solely for Harry. 3 sessions, and you cannot even erect a basic shield. Perhaps the boy who lived believes his fame will protect him from the Dark Lord's legitimacy. Harry's jaw tightened. His scar prickled, a familiar throb that had become as constant as his heartbeat over the past months. "I am trying. Maybe if you actually taught instead of just, enough." Snape raised his wand. Legilimens. The spell hit Harry like a physical blow, and suddenly he was drowning in images. The graveyard. Cedric's vacant eyes. Wormtail's blade. The cauldron bubbling with that grotesque infant form. His mother's scream echoing across 15 years. Dudley's fist swinging toward his face. The cupboard door clicking shut, shutting out light, shutting out hope, but something was different this time. The memories didn't just flash and fade. They twisted. They stretched. They began to rearrange themselves into patterns Harry couldn't recognize, shapes that hurt to look at, symbols that burned behind his eyes like afterimages of staring too long at the sun. And beneath the images, beneath the violation of Snape's mental probe, Harry felt something stir. Something old. Something that had been sleeping for a very, very long time. Snape's eyes widened. His wand hand trembled. What? The torches exploded. Not went out. Exploded. Liquid fire sprayed across the dungeon walls, and where it touched stone, the stone began to change. The gray granite rippled like water, and from within its depths, lines of blue-white light began to emerge. Runes. Hundreds of them. Thousands. They crawled across the walls, the ceiling, the floor, writing themselves in spirals and knots that predated any language Harry had ever seen in his Hogwarts textbooks. Snape staggered backward. His wand clattered to the floor, and his face, that normally impassive mask, contorted with something Harry had never seen there before. Fear. Genuine, abject terror. "Stop," Snape gasped. His hands went to his head, fingers digging into his lank black hair. "Stop it, Potter, whatever you're," but Harry couldn't stop. He didn't know what he was doing. The stirring thing inside him had woken fully now, and it was hungry. It pressed against the walls of his mind like a great cat testing the bars of its cage. The runes on the walls pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The air grew thick, heavy, charged with a pressure that made Harry's ears pop and his teeth ache. And then Snape screamed. It was not the scream of a man in pain. It was the scream of a man witnessing something his mind could not process. His eyes rolled back, showing only white, and Harry saw, felt, something passing between them. A vision. A memory. Not Harry's this time, but something ancient, something vast, something that came from the stirring thing inside him and poured into Snape's consciousness like molten silver into a mold. Harry caught fragments of it, reflected in Snape's agony. A man in white robes standing on a hill beneath a sky full of stars that were not stars. The man raising his hands, no wand, just his hands, and speaking words that were not words, sounds that had meaning woven into their very vibration. The world splitting. A barrier forming. Screaming. So much screaming. And then silence, and the man's face, young and ancient at once, turning to look directly at Harry with eyes that burned like twin suns. The door to the dungeon office slammed open. Severus. What in Merlin's name? Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his purple robes swirling around him, his long silver beard tucked into his belt. His blue eyes, usually twinkling with that benign grandfatherly warmth, were wide with an emotion Harry couldn't name. Not surprise. Not alarm. Something closer to recognition. Something closer to dread. He raised his wand, the Elder Wand, though Harry didn't know it then, and traced a complex pattern in the air. A shimmering barrier formed around Snape, cutting off the flow of energy between him and Harry. The potion's master collapsed, breathing in ragged gasps, his consciousness mercifully retreating into darkness. The runes on the walls flickered once, twice, and then began to fade, leaving behind not the familiar grey stone but a surface polished smooth as glass, shot through with veins of what looked like crystal. Harry slumped in his chair, the stirring thing retreating back into whatever depths it had emerged from. He felt hollow. Shaken. And more terrified than he had ever been in his life. What, he managed, his voice barely a whisper, was that? Dumbledore did not answer immediately. He strode past Harry to where Snape lay and knelt beside the fallen professor. His wand moved in quick, precise gestures as he performed diagnostic spells Harry didn't recognize. After a long moment, he let out a breath. He will recover. His mind has been, scoured, but not damaged permanently. A remarkable mercy, given what I felt from the corridor. Dumbledore straightened and turned to face Harry. His expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes, those eyes that had seen so much, that held so many secrets, they were afraid. What do you remember, Harry? Everything. Nothing. I don't. Harry pressed his palms against his temples. His scar was burning in earnest now, a searing line of fire across his forehead. I saw something. A man. He looked at me. And there were runes, everywhere, and Snape was in my head but then I was in his head, or something else was, and, breathe, my dear boy. Dumbledore conjured a goblet of water and pressed it into Harry's trembling hands. Drink. Slowly. We have much to discuss, but it cannot be done here. Harry drank. The water was cold and clean and real, grounding him in the physical world. The dungeon still smelled of smoke and ozone. The torches were gone entirely, the brackets melted to slag on the newly crystalline walls. Snape lay unconscious at Dumbledore's feet, his face slack, his breathing shallow but steady. I hurt him, Harry said. I didn't mean to. I didn't even know I was doing anything. It just happened. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was soft, but there was something hard beneath it. That is precisely what I have been afraid of since the moment you first stepped foot in this castle. Come. We must go to my office. There are things I must show you, and questions that can no longer wait for convenient answers. He offered Harry his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Harry took it. The familiar stone gargoyle leaped aside at Dumbledore's murmured password, and the spiral staircase carried them upward in smooth, silent circles. Harry had made this journey dozens of times before, but tonight, everything felt different. The portraits that lined the staircase walls were all awake, their painted eyes following him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to something approaching reverence. One ancient wizard in a frame near the top, a man with a long white beard and robes covered in silver stars, actually bowed his head as Harry passed. Sir. Harry's voice came out rougher than he intended. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Dumbledore did not turn around. Because, Harry, they felt what happened in the dungeon. Everyone in this castle who possesses any sensitivity to magic felt it. The wards themselves resonated with it. I would not be surprised if magical beings as far away as the continent are currently waking from their sleep and wondering what new power has announced its presence in the world. That's not an answer. No. It is not. Dumbledore pushed open the door to his office and gestured Harry inside. But I promise you, I will give you one. Or as much of one as I can. The headmaster's office was as cluttered and fascinating as ever. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindle-legged tables. Portraits of former headmasters dozed in their frames, though Harry noticed several of them cracking open suspicious eyes as he entered. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his golden perch, his beady black eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. The bird let out a low, musical trill, not his usual song, but something deeper, almost questioning. Dumbledore walked to his desk and opened a drawer that Harry had never seen before. It was set into the side of the massive oak piece, and it did not open with a key or a spell but with a gesture. Dumbledore pressed his palm flat against the wood, and the wood rippled like the dungeon walls had rippled, revealing a compartment lined with black velvet. From it, he withdrew a sphere. It was about the size of a snitch, made of crystal or perhaps diamond, and it glowed with a soft, internal light that pulsed in a rhythm Harry found disturbingly familiar. It had been pulsing in time with his heartbeat. No, his heartbeat had been pulsing in time with it. What is that? Harry asked. This, Dumbledore said, is an Emrys stone. One of 3 known to exist. It has remained dormant in this office for the better part of 4 centuries, a curiosity passed from headmaster to headmaster with a note instructing that it be kept safe should it ever activate. Emrys. The word tasted strange on Harry's tongue. Like Merlin. Wasn't that his other name? Merlin Emrys? A point to Gryffindor. Dumbledore's attempt at lightness fell flat. The twinkle in his eye was absent, replaced by that same careful, measuring look. Merlin was indeed known as Merlin Emrys in certain texts. The name Emrys itself is believed to predate even him, a title more than a name, perhaps. The meaning has been lost to time, though some scholars suggest it derives from an older word meaning, immortal, or eternal. He set the Emrys stone on his desk. It continued to pulse, and now Harry could see that the light within it was not uniform. It swirled, like smoke trapped in glass, forming patterns that were almost, but not quite, like the runes he had seen in the dungeon. When you arrived at Hogwarts, Harry, I had certain suspicions. The circumstances of your survival as an infant were unprecedented. No curse that powerful. He stopped himself, visibly reconsidering his words. I conducted several tests in your first year. Subtle ones. I looked for traces of inherited magic, for bloodline markers that might explain the phenomenon. I found nothing. You were, by all magical measures, a perfectly ordinary wizard. Thanks, Harry muttered. It was not an insult. Extraordinary wizards are rarely born from extraordinary bloodlines, a fact that I, of all people, know intimately. But I remained uneasy. Your connection to Voldemort, the way his powers transferred to you, none of it fit established magical theory. I began to suspect that something else was at play, something that I had not considered because the possibility seemed too remote, too dangerous to entertain. The Emrys thing. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The Emrys' inheritance is not a matter of blood. It is a matter of worthiness, for lack of a better term. Merlin was not born with his power. He acquired it. Or, more precisely, it acquired him. It chose him, as it chose his predecessor, and his predecessor before that, stretching back to a time before wands, before spells, before the very concept of magic as we understand it. Harry's scar gave a particularly vicious throb. He pressed his hand against it, grimacing. You're saying this power chose me. I am saying I fear it may have done so. The evidence has been mounting, piece by piece, and I have been a fool not to see it sooner. Your wand. Holly and phoenix feather, a combination that should not have been possible outside of my own machinations. Yet the wand chose you before I had any hand in it. Your Parseltongue, I assumed it was a transferred ability from Voldemort, but what if it was merely awakened by his attack? What if the capacity was always there, waiting? And the runes in the dungeon? Not runes. Dumbledore's voice had gone very quiet. Glyphs. The old tongue. The language that magic itself speaks when it is not filtered through the crude medium of wands and incantations. I have spent 60 years studying ancient magic, Harry, and I can read perhaps a dozen of those glyphs. You produced hundreds. Effortlessly. Unconsciously. Harry felt the floor drop out from under him. That's not possible. And yet. Dumbledore gestured at the Emrys stone, which was now glowing bright enough to cast shadows across the cluttered office. This artifact was keyed to respond to the presence of the Emrys heir. It has been dormant for 400 years. At the moment your power manifested in the dungeon, it began to pulse. The portraits felt it. The wards felt it. Every magical creature in Britain with an ounce of sensitivity felt it. You, Harry Potter, have just announced yourself to the magical world in a way that cannot be hidden, cannot be denied, and cannot be undone. Harry sank into the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. His legs had simply stopped supporting him. The stirring thing inside him had gone quiet again, but he could feel it now that he knew to look, a vast presence coiled in the depths of his consciousness, patient and ancient and utterly alien. Why now, he heard himself ask. If it's been there all along, why did it wait until today? The occlumency. Dumbledore's expression tightened. I have been a fool twice over. I arranged those lessons to protect your mind from Voldemort's intrusions, but in doing so, I forced you to look inward. To confront the architecture of your own consciousness. And in that confrontation, you broke through barriers that had been placed to keep the inheritance dormant until you were ready. Barriers? Someone put barriers in my head. Almost certainly at the moment of your birth, or very shortly after. Your mother, perhaps. Lily was a brilliant witch, and her love for you. Dumbledore stopped. The careful mask he had been maintaining cracked, just slightly, and Harry saw something raw and painful flicker in the old man's eyes. Love is the oldest magic of all, Harry. It predates the Emrys line. It may well be that your mother's sacrifice did more than protect you from Voldemort. It may have given you the time to grow into yourself before the weight of this destiny came crashing down upon you. But Snape's lesson broke those barriers. It seemed so. Harry thought about that. About his mother, reaching through 15 years of death to protect him from something that had been inside him all along. About Dumbledore, who had known, or suspected, and said nothing. About the stirring thing, which was not evil, he realized with a start. It wasn't good either. It simply was. Like gravity. Like the sea. It was power, raw and elemental, and it had been waiting. Show me, Harry said. The Emrys stone. What does it do? Dumbledore hesitated. His long fingers hovered over the glowing sphere. It is a repository, he said finally. A memory stone, similar in function to a pensieve, but far more ancient. The memories within it were laid down by Merlin himself. I have never accessed them, I lack the necessary frequency. But you. I have it. The Emrys frequency. Yes. Then show me. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Those blue eyes, usually so guarded, held an emotion Harry had never expected to see directed at him. Pride, perhaps. Or respect. Or both, mingled with that undercurrent of fear that Harry was beginning to understand was not fear of him, but fear for him. Touch the stone, Dumbledore said. And whatever you see, remember that you are not Merlin. You are Harry Potter. The inheritance may shape you, but you are the one who must decide what to do with it. Harry reached out and pressed his fingertip to the Emrys stone. The world dissolved. He stood on a hill beneath a sky that was not a sky. The sun hung fat and red on the horizon, but the stars were visible anyway, scattered across the heavens like thrown salt. The air smelled of ozone and wildflowers and something else, something metallic that reminded Harry of the dungeon. The grass beneath his feet was the wrong shade of green, too vivid, almost luminescent. And the man stood before him. He was not old. That was the first thing Harry noticed, the thing that struck him hardest. In every legend, every chocolate frog card, every painting, Merlin was shown as ancient, white-bearded and bent, a figure of wizened wisdom. But the man on the hill was young, perhaps 25, with dark hair that fell past his shoulders and eyes that burned with the same blue-white light that had filled the dungeon runes. He wore simple robes, unadorned, and his feet were bare on the strange grass. "You are not what I expected," the man said. His voice was quiet, but it resonated in Harry's bones. "Neither are you," Harry managed. "You're Merlin. I am what remains of him. A memory. An echo. Enough to speak, for a little while." The echo tilted his head, studying Harry with those burning eyes. "You are very young. Too young. The inheritance should not have awakened for another decade at least." "Yeah, well, no one asked me." A smile flickered at the corner of the echo's mouth. "No. The inheritance does not ask. It does not explain. It simply is. Do you understand what that means, Harry Potter?" Harry thought of the stirring thing. Of the power that had ripped through him in the dungeon, that had scrawled ancient glyphs across Hogwarts stone without his conscious direction. "It means I'm dangerous. It means you are a fulcrum. A pivot point upon which the balance of worlds may turn. The power within you is not magic as your people understand it. It is the substrate from which all magic flows. The source. The wellspring. I was not the first to carry it, and I will not be the last, but each bearer must make a choice. Each bearer must decide what to do with the weight." "What weight?" Merlin's echo turned and gestured, and the hill fell away. Harry gasped and stumbled backward, but there was nothing to stumble into. They hung suspended in a void, and beneath them, around them, unfolded a vision that made Harry's mind reel. He saw the world. Not the globe from a map, but the world as magic saw it, a web of light and shadow stretching across Britain and beyond. Nodes of brightness marked magical settlements, Hogwarts blazing like a star, Diagon Alley a constellation of smaller lights, Hogsmeade a warm glow. And between them, around them, pressing against them, were other places. Darker places. A forest that was not quite a forest. A hill that was not quite a hill. A court of shadows and whispers that made Harry's stomach clench with instinctive terror. The otherworld, he breathed, though he did not know how he knew the word. The Sidhe courts, Merlin's echo confirmed. Seelie and unseelie. Light and dark. Summer and winter. They have many names. They are older than humanity, older than magic as you practice it, and they do not love the mortal realm. They covet it. They always have. The vision shifted. Harry saw armies of impossible creatures, beautiful and terrible, winged and scaled and shrouded in mist, pouring through rents in reality. He saw wizards falling. He saw muggles fleeing, their cities burning, their minds unable to process what they were witnessing. He saw Merlin standing at the center of a great stone circle, his arms raised, his voice ringing out in words that made the world tremble. "I bound them," the echo said. "I gave my life to seal the courts away from the mortal realm. It was the only way. They were too strong, too numerous, and their laws were not our laws. They would have consumed everything. But you didn't kill them." "No. I could not. The Sidhe are not evil, Harry. They are simply other. They exist by different rules, and those rules cannot be destroyed. They can only be contained. Negotiated with. Held at bay." The echo turned to look at him, and its burning eyes were infinitely sad. "I made a binding. A covenant. And every covenant requires a price." "What price?" "I gave them my name. My true name, the one spoken in the old tongue, the one that gives power over the speaker to anyone who holds it. I gave it to the Queen of Air and Darkness, Mab of the Unseelie Court, as a surety. As a hostage. So long as the Emrys heir lives, so long as the binding holds, the courts remain sealed. But the debt remains. The name remains. And one day, Harry Potter, the city will come to collect. The vision collapsed. Harry found himself back on the hill, the strange grass under his feet, the impossible sky overhead. His heart was pounding. His scar was screaming. But he understood now, with a terrible clarity, what Dumbledore had been afraid of. "They're coming for me," he said. "Because I'm the heir. Because I have the name." "You are the living lock on their prison," Merlin's echo agreed. "And if the lock is broken, if you die before the debt is resolved, or if the binding is shattered, the courts will return. They have been waiting 1,000 years, Harry. They are patient. But their patience is not infinite. What am I supposed to do?" The echo smiled again, and this time there was something almost gentle in it. "That is not for me to say. I made my choice. You must make yours. The inheritance will give you the power to do whatever needs to be done, to renew the binding, to reshape it, or to tear it down entirely. But the choice must be yours. That is the nature of the Emrys gift. It cannot compel. It can only empower. And if I don't want it, then it will wait. It has waited 1,000 years. It can wait 1,000 more." The echo began to fade, its edges blurring into the golden light of the setting sun. "But be warned, Harry Potter. There are those who will not wait. There are those who have been watching for the heir's awakening, and they will come. The Dark Lord you already face is only the beginning. Greater powers are stirring. Older powers. And they will all, in their own ways, seek to use you or destroy you. Wait, remember this," the echo said, its voice fading to a whisper. "The name is not a burden. It is a key. And the lock it opens is not only on the city's prison. It is on yourself. Learn your true name, Harry Potter. Learn who you are beneath the expectations and the prophecies and the legacies. Only then will you be ready to face what comes." The light consumed everything, and Harry was falling back into himself. He jerked awake in the chair in Dumbledore's office, gasping. The Emrys stone lay dark and dormant on the desk before him. Fawkes was singing, a high, sweet melody that seemed to stitch together the frayed edges of Harry's consciousness. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, watching him with an expression of profound weariness. "You saw him?" "Yes." Harry's voice was hoarse. "I saw the binding. The courts. The debt." He looked up at Dumbledore, and he could feel the stirring thing inside him acknowledging the old wizard's presence. Measuring him. Finding him, not wanting, but limited. A candle beside a bonfire. "You knew. You knew all of it." "I suspected." "You suspected." Harry laughed, and the sound was ugly. "You suspected that I had some ancient power that was going to bring the city down on my head, and you didn't think to maybe mention it. When should I have mentioned it, Harry? When you were 11, and frightened, and just learning that magic was real? When you were 12, and already burdened with the whispers that you were the heir of Slytherin? When you were 14, and had just watched a classmate die before your eyes?" Dumbledore's voice cracked. "I was trying to protect you. I was trying to give you time." "Time for what?" "Time for you to figure out how to control it. Time for you to become someone who could bear it." Dumbledore removed his half-moon spectacles and rubbed his eyes. The gesture made him look every one of his 100+ years. "I have made many mistakes, Harry. I have kept too many secrets, told too few truths, trusted too much in my own judgment. But this inheritance, I did not know how to tell you. I did not know how to prepare you. Every path I could see led to danger, to manipulation, to forces that would seek to use you before you had the strength to resist. So you just hoped it wouldn't come up. I hoped your mother's protections would hold long enough for you to finish your education. For you to face Voldemort, which is already an impossible burden for someone your age, without the added weight of a 1,000-year-old Sidhe debt. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles and met Harry's gaze. It was the wrong choice. I see that now. You deserve to know. You deserve to be a partner in your own destiny, not a pawn moved by forces you do not understand. Harry stared at him. Part of him wanted to scream, to rage, to storm out of the office and never come back. Another part, the part that remembered the Echo's words about choices and burdens, understood that Dumbledore was just as trapped by his own nature as Harry was by the inheritance. The old man had spent so long being the one who knew, the one who planned, the one who pulled strings from the shadows. He didn't know how to let go. I'm not going to stop being angry about this, Harry said. But right now, I need to know what happens next. The Echo said others would come. That they'd be watching. Yes. Dumbledore straightened in his chair. The awakening you just experienced was not subtle. Every being with sensitivity to ancient magic will have felt it. The Sidhe courts will certainly have taken notice. And Voldemort, he paused. Tell me, Harry. Is your scar still paining you? More than usual. I feared as much. Voldemort has been seeking ancient magic for years now. It is, I believe, one of the reasons he has pursued immortality so relentlessly. The Horcruxes are a crude imitation of a true connection to the primordial source. The Emrys' inheritance represents everything he has ever wanted. Power without limit. Magic without wand or word. He will come for it. For you. Let him. The words came out before Harry could stop them, and the stirring thing inside him surged with approval. I'm not afraid of Voldemort. You should be. Not because he is more powerful than you, he is not anymore, but because he is clever, and desperate, and utterly without scruple. He will not face you directly. He will seek to isolate you, to turn your allies against you, to find the weaknesses in your heart and exploit them. Dumbledore's voice grew urgent. The Emrys' power is vast, Harry, but it is also vulnerable. It is tied to your emotions, your memories, your sense of self. If Voldemort can break your spirit, he can break your control over the inheritance. Harry thought of the dungeon. Of the rage that had poured through him when Snape invaded his mind. Of the power that had answered that rage, hungry and eager and terrifyingly easy to wield. It's dangerous, he said. The power. It's not like normal magic. It wants to act. Yes. That is why Merlin's line has always been chosen carefully. The inheritance requires a vessel who can feel deeply without being consumed by those feelings. A vessel who can love, and grieve, and rage, without letting any one emotion become an all-consuming fire. Dumbledore leaned forward. Your mother understood this, I think. That is why she wove her love into the protections around you. Not just to shield you from Voldemort, but to give you an anchor. A center. A reason to keep your humanity when the power would make you something else. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of his mother's face, seen only in photographs and Dementor-induced flashbacks. He thought of her voice, which he could no longer quite remember. He thought of her sacrifice, which had apparently been even more complicated and far-reaching than anyone had ever told him. When can I see Ron and Hermione? Dumbledore blinked at the sudden change of subject. They are in Gryffindor Tower, I assume. It is nearly midnight. I need to tell them. They deserve to know. I'm not going to keep secrets from them the way everyone's kept secrets from me. Harry. Dumbledore hesitated, and Harry could see the calculator behind his eyes clicking away, weighing risks and strategies and possible outcomes. But then something shifted. The calculator stopped. Yes. Yes, of course. They are your friends, and they have proven themselves loyal beyond any reasonable expectation. Tell them. But be careful. The awakening has already drawn attention. There may be consequences. Harry stood. What kind of consequences? Before Dumbledore could answer, a knock sounded at the office door. It was not the soft rap of a student or the confident knock of a professor. It was a pounding, urgent, desperate. Headmaster. Headmaster, please. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and the door swung open. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway, her usually immaculate robes disheveled, her face pale beneath her tartan hat. Albus. Thank Merlin. There's something in the Great Hall. Something that appeared right after the disturbance in the dungeons. We've tried to contain it, but it's not responding to any spells, and it's asking for. Her eyes found Harry, and she stopped. For Mr. Potter. Dumbledore rose from his chair with a speed that belied his age. What form does it take? McGonagall swallowed. A messenger. At least, that's what it claims to be. It says it speaks for the Queen of Air and Darkness, and it will not leave without an audience with the Emrys child. Albus, what is going on? The stirring thing inside Harry pulsed. It recognized those words. It had been waiting for them. The consequences, Harry said quietly. They're here, aren't they? Dumbledore did not answer. He was already striding toward the door, and Harry followed without being told. McGonagall fell into step beside them, her eyes darting between Harry and the headmaster with a mixture of bewilderment and growing alarm. The students, she was saying. Most of them were in their common rooms, but a few seventh years were in the library, and the Hufflepuff prefects were doing rounds near the ground floor. They saw it appear. They heard it speak. We've moved them to the hospital wing, but word is spreading. I can't contain this, Albus. You should not have to, Minerva. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but Harry could see the tension in the set of his shoulders. Have the professors been alerted? I've sent messages to all of them. Snape is still unconscious in the dungeon, Pomfrey is with him now, and she says he's stable but showing signs of what she can only describe as mental shock. Flitwick is monitoring the Great Hall's wards. Sprout is with the evacuated students. And the messenger? Has it made any aggressive moves? No. It's just, standing there. Waiting. It's horrible, Albus. It looks almost human, but its eyes are like chips of frozen starlight, and when it speaks, the words feel like ice water running down your spine. They reached the staircase that led down to the entrance hall. Normally, the moving staircases would have slowed their descent, but Dumbledore raised his wand and the stairs ceased their motion, locking into a straight path. They descended rapidly, Harry's footsteps echoing in the silence. The stirring thing inside him was no longer stirring. It was awake. Alert. Ready. The entrance hall was empty, but the doors to the Great Hall stood open, and from within came a cold light that was nothing like the warm glow of the floating candles that usually illuminated the students' meals. It was silver-white, sharp-edged, the color of moonlight on snow. And as Harry stepped through the doors, he understood what McGonagall had meant. The messenger stood in the center of the Great Hall, exactly where the staff table should have been. The table was gone, banished or transmuted, Harry couldn't tell. The messenger was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed slightly too long for its body. It wore robes of what looked like woven shadow, fabric that moved in patterns that had nothing to do with any breeze. Its face was beautiful in the way that a glacier was beautiful, remote, alien, utterly indifferent to human concerns. Its eyes found Harry the moment he entered. Emrys child. The voice was not loud, but it filled the hall like the ringing of a crystal bell. I speak for Mab, Queen of Air and Darkness, Sovereign of the Unseelie Court, Keeper of the Frozen Throne. I bring a message, and a demand. Harry felt Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder. You are in a school, the headmaster said, his voice carrying the full weight of his authority. Whatever message you carry, it can be delivered with civility and respect for the children who, I do not recognize your authority, old man. The messenger did not even look at Dumbledore. Its gaze remained fixed on Harry. "You are a custodian of this place, nothing more. The Emrys child is the one I am here to address. Step forward, child. Hear the words of your queen." "She's not my queen," Harry said. The stirring thing pulsed, and his voice came out steadier than he felt. "Whatever message you have, say it and go." The messenger smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Brave words. Foolish, but brave. The queen recognizes the courage of the new heir, even if the heir does not yet recognize the queen. It raised one long-fingered hand, and the air around it rippled. "The message is this: Merlin Emrys owed a debt to the Unseelie court. He gave his true name as surety, to be held until the debt was paid. 1,000 years have passed. The debt remains unpaid. The surety remains in the queen's keeping. And now, a new Emrys walks the mortal realm." The messenger's smile widened, and the temperature in the great hall dropped by 20 degrees. "The demand is this: present yourself at the court of air and darkness within one cycle of the moon. Take up the debt of your predecessor, or forfeit the surety. If you come, there will be terms. If you do not come, the name will be used, and the binding that keeps the courts from the mortal realm will be broken. The queen does not make this offer twice." Harry felt the words sink into him like hooks of ice. The stirring thing recognized them. They were true. The debt was real. The name was real. And the consequences of refusal were the end of everything Merlin had died to protect. "1 month," he said. "What happens if I come?" "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was sharp with warning. "Do not, you will be tested," the messenger said. "The queen has no interest in a weak heir. If you prove worthy, the debt may be renegotiated. If you fail—" It shrugged, a gesture that was almost human. "The name will still be used. The binding will still break. But you will at least have the satisfaction of knowing you tried. And if I refuse? The binding will break immediately. The courts will return to the mortal realm. And the war that Merlin stopped 1,000 years ago will begin again, with a new generation of wizards to feed the hunger of the city." The silence that followed was absolute. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, loud and insistent. He could feel Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder, could sense McGonagall hovering at the door, could almost taste the fear radiating from the portraits that lined the great hall's walls. But beneath all of that, the stirring thing was calm. It had faced the city before. It had bound them once. And it was not afraid. "Tell Mab I heard her message," Harry said. "Tell her I'll consider it." "You will consider it?" The messenger's eyes narrowed. "The queen does not make requests, child. She makes demands. And I don't make promises I don't understand. I need time. 1 moon cycle is what she offered. I'll use it." For a long moment, the messenger simply stared at him. Harry felt the weight of that stare like a physical pressure, a cold that seeped past his skin and into his bones. But he did not look away. The stirring thing would not let him. "Very well," the messenger said at last. "The queen anticipated your reluctance. She is patient. She has waited 1,000 years. She can wait 1 more moon." It began to fade, its form growing translucent, its edges blurring into the silver light that surrounded it. "But do not think to flee, Emrys child. Do not think to hide. The name binds you. The debt binds you. Wherever you go, the queen will know. And when the moon cycle ends, she will have her answer, whether you bring it to her throne, or whether you force her to come to you." The light flared. The cold intensified. And then the messenger was gone, and the great hall was just a hall again, empty, echoing, the candles flickering back to life as if nothing had happened. Harry stood frozen in place, the weight of what had just happened settling over him like a shroud. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Harry, we must, not now. Harry pulled away from the headmaster's hand. I need to talk to Ron and Hermione. Now. Before anything else happens. He turned and walked out of the great hall without waiting for permission. The stirring thing inside him retreated back into its depths, satisfied for the moment. The debt had been acknowledged. The challenge had been accepted. The clock had started ticking. And somewhere in the shadows of the Forbidden Forest, something that had been waiting for a very long time began to stir. The Gryffindor common room was full when Harry climbed through the portrait hole. The fire was still burning in the hearth, but no one was gathered around it. Instead, the students, from first years to seventh years, were clustered in small groups, whispering urgently. The fat lady's portrait had clearly not been able to keep the news from spreading. Every face turned toward Harry when he entered, and the whispering stopped. He ignored them. He had spent 5 years being stared at. This was nothing new. Ron and Hermione were waiting by the window, their faces pale with worry. Neville Longbottom stood nearby, shifting from foot to foot as if unsure whether he was welcome. Luna Lovegood sat in an armchair reading a Quibbler upside down, her protuberant eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of dreamy comprehension. Ginny Weasley was there too, her wand in her hand, her gaze fierce and protective. What happened? Hermione demanded the moment Harry was within earshot. We felt something, in the dungeons, and then there was that cold, and the portrait started talking about some kind of messenger in the Great Hall, and Snape's unconscious in the hospital wing, Ron added. Not that I'm complaining, but Pomfrey looked really worried, and Dumbledore cancelled dinner, and, Harry, you look awful. What's going on? Harry opened his mouth to answer, but the words wouldn't come. Too much. It was all too much. The inheritance, the echo, the debt, the messenger, the weight of 1,000 years of Sidhe patience pressing down on his shoulders. It's a long story, he managed. I need to tell you, but not here. Not with, he gestured at the crowded common room. The dormitory, Ron said immediately. No one will bother us there. Hermione nodded, her expression shifting from worry to fierce determination. Neville, can you make sure no one comes up for a while? The last thing Harry needs is an audience. Neville straightened. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. He hesitated, then added, whatever it is, Harry, we're with you. You know that, right? Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Thanks, Neville. The 4 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, who had inserted herself into the group with a look that dared anyone to tell her to leave, climbed the stairs to the 5th-year boys' dormitory. The room was empty, the other boys still in the common room. Harry sat down heavily on his bed. The others arranged themselves around him, Ron on the bed across from him, Hermione on the trunk at the foot of his bed, Ginny leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed. All right, Hermione said. Tell us everything. Harry told them. He started with the Occlumency lesson, Snape's probe, the stirring sensation, the torches exploding, the runes appearing on the walls. He described Dumbledore's arrival, Snape's collapse, the journey to the headmaster's office. He explained the Emrys stone, the vision of Merlin, the binding of the Sidhe courts. He recited the messenger's words as close to verbatim as he could remember. When he finished, the dormitory was silent. Ron spoke first. So you're telling me that you're the heir of Merlin? The actual Merlin. The greatest wizard who ever lived. And there's a bunch of fairy queen creatures who want to collect on 1,000-year-old debt or they'll break reality. Basically. And you have a month to decide whether to go to their creepy ice court and get tested, or they'll start a war. Also basically. Ron nodded slowly. Right. Well. That's completely mental. It's not mental, Hermione said, her voice sharp. It's unprecedented. The Merlinic inheritance is a theoretical construct that most magical historians dismiss as legend. The Sidhe courts are similarly classified as mythological. But if what Harry experienced is accurate, and I have no reason to doubt it, then the entire foundation of modern magical understanding is incomplete. Thank you, Hermione, Ron said, that's really helpful. I'm being serious, Ronald. This changes everything. The implications alone, she cut herself off, visibly forcing herself to focus on the immediate situation. Harry, what are you going to do? I don't know. Harry ran his hands through his hair. Part of me wants to tell Mab to shove off. But the echo, Merlin's echo, he said the binding is real. If I don't address the debt, the courts will break through. And the vision he showed me of what happened last time. He shuddered. A lot of people died. So you're going to go, Ginny said. It wasn't a question. I think I have to. But not yet. Dumbledore said I need to learn control first. The power, the Emrys magic, it's tied to my emotions. If I lose control in the other world, if I let them provoke me, I could make everything worse. Hermione was already pulling a piece of parchment from her bag. We need a plan. Research. If the Emrys inheritance is real, there must be more references to it than just the stone. The library's restricted section, the Department of Mysteries, the Department of Mysteries? Ron stared at her. Hermione, we're not breaking into the ministry. We might have to. Harry is facing a negotiation with beings that predate human civilization. He needs every advantage he can get. And speaking of advantages, she turned back to Harry, her eyes intense. The messenger said the Queen holds Merlin's true name. Do you know what that means? It means she can control him. Merlin, I mean. Or his echo. Or the power. I'm not sure. Names have power in the old magic, Hermione said. True names especially. If Mab has Merlin's name, she might be able to influence the inheritance itself. That could be why she's so confident. She thinks she holds leverage over you through the name. But I'm not Merlin. I'm Harry. The inheritance chose me, but it's not the same person. Isn't it? Hermione's voice was quiet. You said the echo told you to learn your own true name. What if the Emrys inheritance is passed down with the original name attached? What if, in some metaphysical sense, every heir is Merlin, or becomes Merlin, or shares his essential nature? Harry's scar throbbed. He pressed his hand to it automatically. You're saying I might literally be Merlin reborn. I'm saying we don't know enough. And if we're going to face a Sidhe queen in her own court, we need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Ginny pushed herself off the doorframe and walked over to Harry's bed. She sat down beside him, close but not touching, her presence solid and grounding. You said you wanted to tell us because we deserve to know. That goes both ways, Harry. If you're going into the other world, you're not going alone. Ginny's right, Ron said. Whatever this is, we're in it together. The four of us, he paused, reconsidering. Actually, probably more like 7 of us if we include Neville and Luna and maybe Fred and George. Mum would kill me if I let you face fairy queens without backup. Harry wanted to argue. The part of him that had spent his whole life protecting others, that still woke up screaming from nightmares of Cedric's death and Sirius's fall, that part wanted to push them all away, to face the danger alone so no one else would get hurt. But the other part, the part that remembered the echo's words about choices and burdens and the anchor of love, that part made him nod. All right, he said. All right. We'll figure it out together. The stirring thing inside him pulsed with something that might have been approval. They talked late into the night, making plans and discarding them, speculating about the nature of the Sidhe courts and the true extent of Harry's inherited power. Hermione filled 3 sheets of parchment with research questions. Ron proposed at least 5 different strategies for fighting fairy queens, each more improbable than the last. Ginny mostly listened, her dark eyes watchful, her presence a steady comfort at Harry's side. It was past 3 in the morning when exhaustion finally overtook them. Hermione fell asleep mid-sentence, her head drooping onto Ron's shoulder. Ron himself was snoring within minutes. Ginny squeezed Harry's hand once and slipped out of the dormitory to return to her own room. Harry lay alone in the darkness, staring at the ceiling. The stirring thing was quiet now, dormant but not asleep. Waiting. It had waited 1,000 years. It could wait a little longer. But as Harry drifted toward sleep, something began to happen. The air in the dormitory grew cold. Not the sudden, bitter cold of the messenger in the great hall, but a creeping chill, like mist rolling in from the sea. Harry's breath began to fog. The window, which had been showing the familiar star-scattered sky over the forbidden forest, began to cloud over with frost. And then the frost began to move. It traced patterns on the glass, patterns that Harry recognized. Glyphs. The old tongue. Writing themselves in spirals and knots, spelling out words that he could almost understand. A door of mist began to form in the corner of the dormitory. It was not a physical door, there was no frame, no hinges, no handle. It was simply a patch of air where the world stopped being itself, replaced by a swirling gray fog that smelled of ozone and wildflowers and something cold, something ancient, something that made the stirring thing inside Harry wake up and take notice. Ron continued to snore. Hermione did not stir. Whatever was happening, it was for Harry alone. He should have been afraid. He should have called out, woken the others, summoned Dumbledore. But the stirring thing was no longer stirring. It was reaching. Reaching toward the mist door with a hunger that was not desire but recognition. This was not an attack. This was an invitation. A voice spoke from within the mist. It was not the crystal bell voice of the messenger. It was softer, more musical, and infinitely more dangerous. It was the voice of frozen starlight, of winter winds howling through empty places, of beauty so absolute it became terror. Harry Potter. He knew that voice. He had never heard it before, but the stirring thing knew it, and through the stirring thing, so did he. Mab, he whispered. Come to me, Emrys child. Come and see what you are meant to be. The mist door swirled, and in its depths, Harry saw a vision. A throne of ice. A crown of shadows. A woman with eyes like the void between stars, reaching toward him with a hand that promised both destruction and desire. Come, the voice repeated. Before the moon cycle ends. Before the choice is taken from you. Come and learn the truth of the name you carry. Harry rose from his bed. The stirring thing was in control now, and it was not letting him refuse. It walked his body toward the mist door, and he was a passenger in his own skin, watching his feet move across the cold stone floor, watching his hand reach out toward the swirling gray. Behind him, Ron and Hermione slept on, undisturbed. Before him, the mist door opened wide, and the Queen of Air and Darkness smiled. Harry, Ginny's voice echoed from somewhere impossibly far away. She had come back, she must have seen the light, she was shouting his name, but her voice was already fading, swallowed by the mist. Harry, wait, his fingers touched the door. The world folded. And Harry Potter stepped through into the other world, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the fading echo of frozen starlight laughter. Chapter 2, The Hollow Hill. The mist didn't feel like mist should. It wasn't wet. It wasn't cold. It was simply absence, absence of warmth, absence of substance, absence of reality as Harry understood it. For a timeless moment, he existed in pure transition, his body dissolving into the gray, his thoughts scattering like startled birds. The stirring thing inside him was not stirring now. It was singing. A song without sound, a resonance that vibrated in the spaces between his atoms, and Harry understood with a clarity that transcended thought that he was being unmade and remade, translated from one layer of existence to another. Then the mist spat him out, and he fell. The ground caught him hard. Real ground. Solid ground. His knees buckled, his palms scraped against something that felt like grass but was too smooth, too cold, too aware. He gasped, and the air that filled his lungs was thick with tastes he had no names for, metallic and floral and electric, threaded through with something that might have been starlight if starlight had a flavor. Harry pushed himself up onto his hands and knees and looked around. He was in a grove of trees that were not trees. Their trunks rose around him like pillars of moonlight frozen into form, their bark glowing with a soft, internal luminescence that shifted through shades of silver and pearl and the pale blue of deep ice. Their branches spread overhead in a canopy that was both there and not there, solid enough to filter the sky, transparent enough to let him see the stars that burned above. But the stars were wrong. The constellations were unfamiliar, the colors bleeding into ultraviolet and infrared, and there were too many of them, layer upon layer, as if someone had peeled back the skin of the universe and revealed the bones beneath. Stand up, Emrys child. The ground of the otherworld does not yield its courtesies to those who kneel. The voice was everywhere and nowhere. It came from the glowing trees, from the impossible stars, from the soil beneath his bleeding palms. It was the same voice that had called him through the mist door, cold and musical and absolutely certain of its own power. Harry stood. His legs were shaking, but he stood. The stirring thing inside him had quieted, but he could feel it now as a presence just beneath his skin, coiled and waiting. It was not afraid. That was the strangest part. Everything human in him was screaming with the instinctive terror of a prey animal that had wandered into a predator's territory, but the Emrys part, the ancient part, was calm. Almost eager. I didn't choose to come here, Harry said. His voice sounded small in the vast, whispering silence of the grove. You pulled me through before the moon cycle was done. That wasn't the agreement. Laughter rippled through the trees. It was beautiful and terrible, like the sound of glaciers calving into the sea. Agreement? Child, you presumed an agreement where none existed. I offered you one cycle of the moon to present yourself. I did not promise to leave you undisturbed during that time. The Sidhi are under no obligation to coddle mortal sensibilities. A figure stepped out from behind one of the glowing trees. She was tall, taller than any human woman, taller than Dumbledore, her form stretching upward in proportions that were mathematically perfect and somehow deeply wrong. Her skin was the color of fresh snow under moonlight. Her hair cascaded down her back in waves of silver shot through with threads of absolute black, braided with what looked like captured stars. Her gown was made of something that was not cloth, shadows woven into fabric, or perhaps fabric unraveled back into shadows, shifting endlessly in patterns that drew the eye and refused to let it go. Her eyes were the worst. They were pools of frozen starlight, containing depths that went on forever, and when she looked at Harry, he felt seen in a way he had never been seen before. Every secret. Every fear. Every shameful thought and desperate hope. She saw them all, and they amused her. Mab, Harry said. Queen of air and darkness. You may call me your majesty. The queen smiled, and her teeth were very white and very sharp. Or you may call me nothing at all, for you will not be speaking unless I permit it. You are in my realm now, Emrys child. Here, I am the law. I am the air you breathe and the ground that holds you and the stars that watch your stumbling progress. Do you understand? Harry understood. But the stirring thing, the Emrys power, did not like being told what to do. It surged against his ribs, and his palms, still bleeding from the fall, began to glow. The blood was not red. It was gold. Liquid light, pooling in the lines of his skin and dripping onto the smooth grass, where it sizzled and smoked. Mab's smile flickered. Just for an instant. Just long enough for Harry to see it. So it is true, she murmured. The blood gold. The living fire. Merlin's heir in full awakening. She stepped closer, and the temperature around her dropped so sharply that frost began to form on the glowing trees. I had wondered if the old wizard's power would truly pass to another, or if it had died with him on that hill of sacrifice. The Emrys frequency has been silent for so long that even the eternal courts began to doubt. I'm not Merlin. No. You are not. Mab stopped an arm's length away. She was taller than him by a head, and her presence pressed against him like a physical weight. Merlin was old when the mantle chose him, old in wisdom if not in years. He had spent decades learning the ways of magic before the Emrys fire awakened. You are a child. An infant fumbling with forces you cannot possibly comprehend. It is almost insulting. Then why did you drag me here? If I'm so beneath you, why not wait for the moon cycle and see if I showed up? Mab's lip curled. Because I wished to see you before the old man had time to fill your head with his fears and his strategies. Because I wished to take your measure before you learned to hide yourself behind masks and magics. Because, she reached out and touched his chin with one impossibly cold finger, tilting his face up to meet her gaze. Because I own your predecessor's name, child. His true name. And through that name, I own a thread of the Emrys' inheritance itself. You are bound to me whether you acknowledge it or not. Harry felt the truth of her words resonate through the stirring thing. Not a lie. Not a bluff. The debt was real, and the name was the key, and Mab held that key in a grip that had not loosened in 1,000 years. Then use it, he said. If you own the name, if you own the inheritance, then command me. Make me do whatever it is you want. The Queen's eyes narrowed. The finger under his chin grew colder, so cold it burned. You think I cannot? I think if you could, you would have already. I think the name gives you leverage but not control. I think Merlin was too clever to give you absolute power over his heirs. Harry's voice was steady, but his heart was pounding. He was gambling on instinct, on the way the stirring thing reacted to Mab's words, on the subtle flickers of emotion he had seen cross her inhuman face. I think you're testing me because you don't know what I am yet. And that scares you. The silence stretched. The glowing trees held their breath. The stars seemed to lean closer, hungry for what came next. And then Mab laughed. A real laugh this time, not the musical mockery from before. It was still cold, still alien, but there was something almost genuine in it. Something that might have been respect. You have courage, at least. That is more than most mortals bring to my court. She withdrew her hand and stepped back. Very well, Emrys' child. You wish to know why I have summoned you before the appointed time. I will tell you. There is a rot in the otherworld. A sickness born from the binding itself. When Merlin sealed the courts away from the mortal realm, he did not simply lock a door. He forged a cage of his own life force, his own will, his own eternal sacrifice. And for 1,000 years, that cage has held. Her expression hardened. But cages rust. Sacrifices fade. The binding was never meant to be permanent. Merlin knew this, I knew this, every creature of magic knew this. It was a stay of execution, not a pardon. And now, with a new Emrys awakened, the binding is destabilizing. Faster than I anticipated. Faster than I prepared for. What do you mean, destabilizing? Mab gestured, and the grove around them dissolved. Harry stumbled as the ground beneath his feet shifted, the glowing trees melting away like frost under a sudden sun. He was standing on a hill now, a real hill, with real grass, under a sky that was almost normal except for the impossible number of stars. It looked like the hill from Merlin's vision. The hill of sacrifice. But something was wrong with it. The grass was dying. Patches of gray rot spread across the hillside, and where the rot touched, the ground itself seemed to fade, becoming translucent, revealing a void beneath that was neither soil nor stone but simply nothing. The air smelled of decay, a sickly sweet corruption that made Harry's stomach turn. And in the distance, rising like a wound against the horizon, a tower of black crystal pulsed with a rhythm that matched Harry's heartbeat. The binding weakens, Mab said. The rot spreads. If nothing is done, the cage will collapse entirely. Not in a year. Not in a month. Within weeks. Perhaps days. And when it falls, the courts will be free, but so will the things Merlin imprisoned alongside us. The things even the city fear. What things? Mab turned to look at him, and for the first time, Harry saw something in her frozen eyes that was not calculation or contempt or cold amusement. It was fear. Genuine, ancient, bone-deep fear. The forgotten, she said. The ones who were old when the city were young. The ones who crawled out of the void before light and darkness learned to divide themselves. Merlin bound them in the deepest layer of the otherworld, sealed behind doors of his own making. The courts were the lock. But the lock is breaking. And if the forgotten wake, she did not finish. She did not need to. Harry could feel the truth of what she was saying through the Emrys' power, which recognized the black crystal tower and the void beneath the dying grass with a horror that was entirely its own. How do I stop it? You. Mab laughed again, but this time it was bitter. You are a child playing with fire you cannot control. You have no training, no knowledge, no understanding of what you carry. If you attempted to renew the binding now, you would destroy yourself and half the otherworld with you. No, Emrys' child. You are not here to fix this. You are here to be measured. Measured for what? For the trials of worth. Mab's smile returned, sharp and cold. Before I will negotiate the debt, you must prove that you are worthy of the inheritance. The Emrys' power chose you, but the choice must be verified. If you fail the trials, the name remains with me, the binding fails, and whatever comes after, the war, the forgotten, the end of all things, will be on your head. If you pass. She paused. If you pass, then we will discuss terms. The debt may be renegotiated. The binding may be remade. The world may yet be saved from its own destruction. And if I refuse the trials? Then you return to your mortal school in disgrace, and you wait for the end. The choice is yours. Mab's voice was silken, almost gentle. But consider this, Harry Potter. The old man who guides you, Dumbledore, he knows the truth. He has known for longer than you have been alive. He knows that the binding is failing, that the Emrys' heir would be needed, that the fate of both worlds rests on a child's shoulders. And what did he do with that knowledge? He hid it. He protected you from it. He wrapped you in cotton and hope and waited for a more convenient time that would never come. She leaned closer, her frozen starlight eyes boring into his. He coddled you because he was afraid. Afraid of what you are. Afraid of what you might become. The Sidhi do not coddle, child. We test. We challenge. We break what is weak and temper what is strong. If you survive the trials, you will emerge with the power to save everything you love. If you fail, you will not live to see the consequences. Which is, in its own way, a mercy. Harry stared at the black crystal tower pulsing on the horizon. He thought of Dumbledore's secrets, of the years of half-truths and careful omissions. He thought of the stirring thing inside him, which had been caged as surely as the courts, suppressed by his mother's protections until the Occlumency lesson shattered them. He thought of Ron and Hermione, still asleep in the dormitory, and Ginny's voice calling his name as the mist swallowed him. How long do the trials take? Mab shrugged. Time moves differently here. A day in the otherworld is a month in the mortal realm. The trials themselves last as long as they last. Some candidates have completed them in hours. Some have taken years. Some have never completed them at all. A month. Harry's throat tightened. If I take a day, a month will have passed when I get back. Voldemort, the Death Eaters, my friends, your mortal conflicts are not my concern. But yes. Every moment you delay, your world spins on without you. The Dark Lord you fear will not wait. The old man's plans will not pause. Your friends may already be mourning you. Mab's voice was almost kind. Almost. The trials begin now, Harry Potter. You are already standing in the first one. Harry looked around. The dying hilltop. The rotting grass. The black crystal tower. And the void beneath everything, waiting to swallow it all. What do I have to do? Mab smiled. Tell me a truth. What? Truth is the oldest magic, Emrys' child. Older than wands, older than spells, older than the city themselves. The first trial is the simplest, and the hardest. Speak a truth. Not any truth, a truth that matters. A truth you have never spoken aloud. A truth that defines who you are. She stepped back, folding her hands into the sleeves of her shadow gown. The grove will know if you lie. The stars will know. The void beneath your feet will know. And if you fail to satisfy the trial, if you offer a shallow truth or a borrowed one, the void will take you. Take me where? No one knows. No one who has failed has ever returned to explain. Harry felt the stirring thing pulse. It recognized this trial. It had faced it before, in other lives, in other times. The Emrys' inheritance was built on truth, on the willingness to see oneself clearly, without flinching, without armor. That was why it chose bearers who could love deeply and rage fiercely but never lose themselves in either emotion. The power required honesty. Radical, terrifying, bone-deep honesty. He closed his eyes. He thought about what truth he could offer. He had so many. The cupboard under the stairs. The Dursley's casual cruelty. The constant, gnawing fear that he was not good enough, not smart enough, not strong enough to be the hero everyone expected him to be. The loneliness that had defined his childhood, that still lived in his bones even after years of friendship and belonging. But those were easy truths. Surface truths. The kind of revelations you offered to a therapist or a sympathetic friend. The trial demanded more. He thought about Sirius. About the veil. About the moment when his godfather fell through that archway, and Harry's first thought, his immediate, unvarnished, shameful first thought, had not been grief. It had been rage. Rage at Sirius for being reckless. Rage at Dumbledore for keeping secrets. Rage at himself for falling for Voldemort's trap. The grief had come later, but in that first instant, pure and hot and undeniable, he had been angry. He thought about the prophecy. The one that said neither can live while the other survives. The one that condemned him to be either murderer or victim, with no middle ground, no escape, no choice that was truly his own. He thought about how, in his darkest moments, he had hated the prophecy more than he hated Voldemort. Because Voldemort was just a monster, and monsters could be fought. But the prophecy was fate, and fate could not be fought. It could only be endured. He thought about the stirring thing. About the power that had woken in Snape's dungeon, that had shattered the Occlumency barriers, that had pulled him through the mist door into this impossible realm. He had been terrified of it. He was still terrified of it. But there was another feeling underneath the terror, one he barely admitted to himself. Relief. Because if the power was real, if the inheritance was real, then maybe, just maybe, he wasn't just Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the symbol everyone projected their hopes and fears onto. Maybe he was something more. Something that had existed before the prophecy and would exist after it. Something that mattered beyond the endless cycle of Voldemort's obsession and the wizarding world's expectations. That was the truth. The one he had never spoken. The one he barely allowed himself to think. Harry opened his eyes. He looked at Mab. He looked at the dying hill. He looked at the void waiting beneath the thinning grass. And he spoke. "I don't want to die," he said. "But more than that, more than anything, I don't want to be nothing." The words hung in the air. The grove listened. The stars leaned closer. "I spent 10 years in a cupboard under the stairs, and the worst part wasn't the dark or the cold or the hunger. It was the feeling that I didn't exist. That if I disappeared, no one would notice. No one would care. My aunt and uncle would be relieved. My cousin would have more room for his toys. The world would go on exactly the same, and Harry Potter would be a name no one remembered. He swallowed. His voice was shaking, but he didn't stop. And then Hagrid came and told me I was a wizard, and for the first time, I thought maybe I could matter. But even then, even at Hogwarts, there's always been this voice in the back of my head saying that it's not really me. It's what I represent. The boy who lived. The chosen one. The symbol. People look at me and they see their hopes. Their fears. Their expectations. They don't see me. He met Mab's frozen gaze. The Emrys' power, this inheritance, it terrifies me. But it also makes me feel real. Like I'm not just a scar in a prophecy and a tragic backstory. Like there's something inside me that's worth something. Not because of what I can do or what I can destroy. Just, because of what I am. The silence that followed was deeper than any silence Harry had ever experienced. It was not the absence of sound. It was the presence of attention. The grove, the stars, the void itself, they were all listening. They were all judging. And then the grass beneath his feet began to change. The grey rot receded. Not everywhere, the hilltop was still dying, the void was still waiting, the black crystal tower still pulsed on the horizon. But in a circle around Harry, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, the grass was green again. Vibrant. Alive. Mab's expression flickered. For just an instant, Harry saw something that might have been surprise. Interesting, the Queen murmured. You offered not one truth but 3. The truth of your fear. The truth of your resentment. The truth of your hope. And the grove accepted all of them. She tilted her head, studying him with new eyes. Most candidates stumble through this trial with a single truth, carefully chosen and cautiously delivered. You threw yourself open like a fool and expected to be devoured. Instead, the otherworld has blessed you. What does that mean? It means you have passed the first trial. And it means, she paused, as if considering her next words carefully. It means the inheritance chose well. I am old, Emrys' child. Old enough to have seen the mantle pass through a dozen bearers before Merlin. Some were wise. Some were strong. Some were cunning. But the best of them, the ones who shaped history rather than being shaped by it, they all shared one quality. They knew themselves. Not the selves they wished to be or the selves the world demanded. The selves they actually were. Flawed. Frightened. Hopeful. Human. I'm not human anymore, am I? Not entirely. No. The Emrys' fire has already begun the transformation. In time, you will be something more than human and something less. A bridge between worlds. A fulcrum upon which reality balances. But for now, for this trial, in this moment, your humanity served you. She extended her hand again, palm up. A sphere of ice formed above it, glowing with the same internal luminescence as the trees. The second trial awaits. Do you wish to continue, or will you return to your mortal school and let the world burn? Harry looked at the ice sphere. He thought about the time dilation. A month for every day he spent here. His friends would be frantic. Dumbledore would be scheming. Voldemort would be hunting. But if he left now, nothing would change. The binding would fail. The forgotten would wake. Everything Merlin had sacrificed to protect would be destroyed. Give me the trial, he said. Mab smiled, and the ice sphere shattered. The world dissolved again. This time, Harry didn't fall. He was simply somewhere else. He stood in a forest, not the glowing moon-tree grove of before, but a forest that felt almost mortal. The trees were oak and ash and thorn, their leaves the familiar green of an English summer. Birds sang in the branches. A stream burbled nearby. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts that made patterns on the mossy ground. Harry recognized this forest. It was the one near the Dursleys' house, the one he had fled to when Dudley's gang chased him, the one where he had first seen the emerald flash of accidental magic, the one where he had spent countless hours hiding from a world that didn't want him. A figure stood in a clearing ahead. It was not Mab. It was not Sidhe. It was human. Or mostly human. The figure was Harry. But not the Harry of now. This was a younger Harry, 11 years old, scrawny, drowning in Dudley's cast-off clothes, glasses held together with tape. The boy who had lived in a cupboard. The boy who had never known magic. The boy who had believed, with every fiber of his being, that he was worthless. The younger Harry looked at the older Harry with eyes that were too old for his face. You came back. Is this part of the trial? In a way. The younger Harry's voice was soft, almost dreamy. The second trial is the trial of memory. You have to face the parts of yourself you've been running from. The parts you've been hiding. The parts you've been pretending don't exist. He gestured at the forest around them. This is where it started. Where you first realized you were different. Where you first used magic without knowing what it was. I remember. Harry walked toward his younger self. The forest smelled of summer and dust and the faint chemical tang of the nearby motorway. Dudley and his friends were chasing me. I ended up on the roof of the school. I didn't know how I got there. You were angry. You were scared. You wanted to escape. The younger Harry tilted his head. The magic answered. It always does, when your need is great enough. That's the Emrys' inheritance, not spells, not wands, not clever incantations. Need. Want. Emotion so strong it reshapes the world. Is that what you are? My magic? I'm your shadow. The younger Harry's voice changed, deepened, took on resonances that vibrated in Harry's bones. I'm everything you locked away when you learned to be normal. When you learned to be polite. When you learned to smile for the cameras and say the right things to the reporters and pretend that being the boy who lived was a gift instead of a burden. The clearing darkened. The sunlight faded. The birdsong died. I'm your rage, the shadow said, and suddenly it was not a boy anymore but a shape made of smoke and embers, its eyes burning with the blue-white fire of the Emrys' power. I'm your grief. I'm your fear. I'm the part of you that wanted to kill Sirius Black when you thought he betrayed your parents. I'm the part of you that wanted to let Voldemort rise because it would be easier than fighting. I'm the part of you that hates Dumbledore for keeping secrets and hates Snape for his cruelty and hates the Dursleys and hates the world and hates yourself most of all. Harry stepped back. The shadow was huge now, towering over him, its form twisting with faces he recognized. Dudley's sneer. Aunt Marge's blotchy rage. Pettigrew's cringing terror. Voldemort's red-eyed hunger. You can't fight me, the shadow said. You can't defeat me. I'm part of you. I've always been part of you. The only question is whether you can accept me. Accept you? That's the trial, Harry Potter. The shadow's voice was almost gentle now. Not to conquer your darkness. Not to purge it like a disease. But to look at it, really look, and acknowledge that it's yours. The Emrys' power is tied to emotion, and emotion is not clean. It is not simple. Love and hate are the same fire burning different fuel. Joy and grief are the same river flowing different directions. If you want to wield the inheritance, you have to embrace all of it. Every feeling. Every memory. Every shameful thought you've ever tried to bury. Harry stared at the shadow. He thought about what Mab had said about the Emrys bearers who shaped history. The ones who knew themselves. The ones who accepted their flaws and their fears and their fury. He had been hiding from himself for 15 years. From the anger he felt at his parents for dying and leaving him. From the resentment he felt toward Dumbledore for the life of secrecy and burden. From the guilt he felt every time someone died because of him, Cedric, Sirius, every nameless victim of Voldemort's return. From the fear that whispered, in his darkest moments, that maybe he wasn't worth saving. That maybe the prophecy was right, and his only purpose was to kill or be killed. He had been hiding from all of it. But the shadow was right. He couldn't fight it. He couldn't defeat it. He could only accept it. Yes, Harry said. The shadow paused. Yes. Yes, I accept you. All of you. All of me. He took a step toward the towering mass of smoke and embers. I hate, and I love. I'm brave, and I'm afraid. I want to save people, and sometimes I want to let them burn. I'm not a hero. I'm not a villain. I'm just a person who was given power he didn't ask for and a destiny he didn't choose. He reached out and touched the shadow. His hand passed through smoke and flame, and it burned, but the burning was not destruction. It was integration. The shadow began to fold into him, layer after layer, memory after memory, all the parts of himself he had locked away returning to their proper places. I'm Harry Potter, he said. And I'm the Emrys heir. And I'm 1,000 other things that don't have names. None of them are all of me. All of them are part of me. The shadow smiled, a terrible, beautiful, heartbroken smile, and dissolved into light. The forest dissolved with it. Harry found himself kneeling on a stone floor, gasping. The Emrys fire was blazing under his skin, brighter than ever, but it didn't burn. It warmed. It sang. It felt, for the first time, like it belonged to him. Mab stood over him, her expression unreadable. 2 trials passed. The trial of truth and the trial of shadow. Most candidates spend weeks on the first alone. You finished both in hours. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His body felt different. Lighter. Stronger. More real. How many trials are there? 3, Mab said. Though the third is not mine to give. The third trial must be given by one of your own kind, a mortal who has faced the Emrys' power and learned from it. A teacher. A guide. A betrayer. Her smile was thin. In your case, I suspect the third trial will find you on its own. What's that supposed to mean? But Mab was already turning away. The trials are not only about proving worth. They are about preparation. You have learned to speak truth. You have learned to accept your shadow. The third trial will teach you the cost of power, and the cost of mercy. When it comes, you will know. She gestured, and a door of mist began to form in the air before Harry. Not the gray, swirling mist that had carried him here, but something more solid. More intentional. You have earned the right to return. The debt will wait. The binding will hold, for now. Use your time wisely, Emrys child. The rot spreads. The forgotten stir. And your mortal enemies are not idle. What about the negotiations? The renegotiation of the debt? When you complete the third trial, we will speak again. Until then, consider yourself a guest of the court, free to come and go, but bound by the covenant. The name is still mine. The debt is still owed. The clock is still ticking. She paused, and something almost human flickered in her frozen eyes. You have impressed me, Harry Potter. That is not easily done. Do not waste my good opinion. Harry stepped toward the mist door. He hesitated at the threshold. You said a day here is a month in my world. How long have I been here? Approximately 4 hours. 4 hours. His heart lurched. That's a week. A week in my world. Time is a river. The other world stands on its bank. Mab's voice was fading, as if she were speaking from a great distance. Go. Your friends are waiting. And Emrys child, her voice sharpened. Be wary of the old man. He loves you, in his way. But love can be a cage as surely as the binding. Remember that. The mist swallowed Harry before he could respond. He emerged into chaos. The dormitory was gone. The Gryffindor Tower was gone. He was standing in the middle of what had once been the Hogwarts grounds, and everything was on fire. The sky was black, not with night, but with smoke. The forbidden forest blazed in the distance, trees crackling with green and purple flames that were not natural fire. The castle itself was scarred, chunks missing from its walls, the astronomy tower leaning at a precarious angle. And in the air, swirling in great black clouds, were Dementors. Hundreds of them. More than Harry had ever seen. Their cold presence pressed against his senses like a physical weight, and he could hear screaming, so much screaming, coming from everywhere and nowhere. A week. 1 week since he had vanished through the mist door. And in that week, the world had fallen apart. Harry. Harry. The voice was Hermione's. He spun and saw her running toward him across the shattered courtyard, her robes torn, her face streaked with soot and blood. Ron was behind her, limping, one arm wrapped around Neville for support. Ginny was there too, her wand raised, curses flaring from its tip as she covered their retreat. Luna stood in the middle of a ring of younger students, her usual dreamy expression replaced by something hard and fierce, a Patronus in the shape of a hare leaping from her wand. "You're back," Hermione gasped, skidding to a halt in front of him. "You're back, oh my God, Harry, you're back, what happened?" "Death Eaters." Ron's voice was hoarse. 3 days after you disappeared. They came through the ward somehow. Dumbledore said it was something Voldemort found, some kind of artifact. The Dementors followed. The Ministry fell. We've been holding them off, but we're losing, Ginny said bluntly. Dumbledore's in the astronomy tower. He's been fighting for 2 days straight. Pomfrey says he won't last another night. Harry looked at the astronomy tower. It was wreathed in spellfire, a constant barrage of dark magic hammering against a shimmering golden shield. Dumbledore. Alone. Dying. Where's Snape? Dead. Hermione's voice cracked. He died in the first attack. Whatever happened in that Occlumency lesson, he never fully recovered. Voldemort's forces broke through the dungeons, and he held them off long enough for the Slytherins to evacuate. He died in the same place you nearly killed him. Harry felt something twist inside him. Not grief, he and Snape had never pretended to like each other. But something else. Acknowledgement. The potion's master had been cruel and bitter and broken, but in the end, he had chosen to stand. That mattered. We'll mourn later, he said. Right now, we fight. The Emrys' power surged. It had been tested in the otherworld, tempered by truth and shadow, and now it was hungry for release. Harry didn't raise a wand. He didn't speak an incantation. He simply reached out with the part of himself that had always been there, the part that had put him on the school roof when Dudley's gang chased him, the part that had shattered Snape's dungeon, the part that had walked through mist and fire and shadow and come out the other side whole. And he let it out. The Dementors felt it first. They were drawn to pain, to despair, to the cold emptiness that echoed their own nature. Harry had always been a feast for them, his mother's screams, his godfather's fall, the weight of destiny pressing on 15-year-old shoulders. But now, when they reached for him, they found something else waiting. Not pain. Not despair. Acceptance. The shadow he had embraced in the otherworld. The parts of himself he had stopped running from. And the Dementors, the creatures that fed on unacknowledged darkness, recoiled. It started with the ones closest to him. They swirled, their forms flickering, their rattling breaths becoming shrieks of confusion. Then the ones behind them. Then the clouds beyond that. A wave of repulsion spreading outward from Harry like ripples in a pond, the Dementors fleeing from a presence they could not comprehend. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. Don't stop, Harry said. His voice was not loud, but it carried. The Emrys fire was blazing under his skin, and every Death Eater on the battlefield felt it. Every dark creature. Every corrupted spell. Get to the castle. Get the wounded inside. I'll clear a path. He walked forward, and the world walked with him. The Emrys' power was not just his emotions. It was his will, his intent, his deepest self. And what he wanted, more than anything, was to protect. The grass beneath his feet stopped burning. The cracked stones of the courtyard knitted themselves together. The younger students huddled behind Luna felt their terror ease, their hearts steadying, their wands rising with new confidence. A group of Death Eaters appeared at the edge of the courtyard, their masks gleaming in the firelight. Their leader, a big man with a silver hand, Harry recognized him as the one who had taken his wand in the graveyard, raised his wand and began to cast. Harry looked at him. Not a glare. Not a stare. Just a look. But behind that look was the cupboard under the stairs. The cold. The hunger. The endless, grinding misery of 10 years with people who hated him. He didn't project it. He simply remembered it, and let the Death Eater see. The man screamed. His wand clattered to the ground. He clutched his head and stumbled backward, and then he ran. The others followed. They had felt what Harry remembered, and they could not bear it. The Dementors haven't fled like that since. Hermione stopped, her eyes widening. Harry, what happened to you in the other world? I passed 2 trials. He kept walking, the Emrys' power smoothing his path, healing the wounded ground. There's a 3rd one coming. But first, I have to talk to Dumbledore. The astronomy tower loomed above them, its golden shield flickering. As they approached, the shield wavered, and fell. Harry broke into a run. The spiral staircase had been blasted apart, but that didn't matter. The Emrys' power lifted him, carried him, deposited him gently on the highest platform of the tower. Dumbledore was there, slumped against the broken wall, his purple robes blackened with spell fire, his long white beard matted with blood. Fawkes stood beside him, the phoenix's feathers dim and smoking, its song a thin, reedy thread of sound. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. You came back. Don't talk. Harry knelt beside the old wizard. Save your strength. There is no strength left to save. I poured everything into that shield. Everything I had. Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually so twinkling and secretive, were clear. Calm. But you are here. That is enough. That is more than enough. I went to the other world. I met Mab. She told me about the binding, about the rot, about the forgotten. Yes. Dumbledore closed his eyes. The forgotten. I had hoped they were a myth. But when you vanished, I knew. The binding was failing faster than I calculated. I scrambled to find a way into the other world, to follow you. I tried rituals I should never have attempted. I nearly shattered the wards in my desperation. Ron said Voldemort found an artifact. The Chaos Shard. Dumbledore opened his eyes again. Merlin's vault beneath London. I knew of it, but I never dared breach it. The shard inside, it is a fragment of the void that existed before creation. Primordial chaos. It can unmake bindings. It can destroy anything that separates one thing from another. Voldemort found the vault using documents he stole from the Ministry. He took the shard. He is using it to accelerate the deterioration of the barrier between worlds. Then we have to stop him. You do. I cannot. Dumbledore reached out, his gnarled hand finding Harry's. My time is ending. Fawkes knows it. I know it. The only thing I have left to give is knowledge, and a warning. What warning? Dumbledore's grip tightened. The third trial. Mab told you about it. She told you a mortal teacher would administer it. She was speaking of me. Harry stared at him. You. I have known about the Emrys' inheritance since before you were born. I have known about the binding, the courts, the trials. I studied the old texts, the forgotten lore, the secrets that even Ollivander does not know. And I knew, I always knew, that one day an heir would emerge, and that heir would need guidance. He coughed, and blood flecked his lips. I tried to guide you from the shadows. I told myself it was protection. It was not. It was cowardice. I was afraid of what you would become, and I let that fear poison my judgment. Professor, let me finish. I have kept so many secrets from you, Harry. But the one I most regret is this: I knew about the time dilation. I knew that a day in the other world would be a month in this one. And I still let you go. I let you walk into the mist without warning you, because I believed, I hoped, that Mab would give you the trials. That she would force you to grow up faster than I could ever bear to do myself. Harry pulled his hand back. The Emrys' power flickered, reflecting his sudden surge of anger. You used me. Again. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was steady. I used you. I manipulated you. I sent you into danger without preparation, hoping the danger would prepare you on its own. That is who I am, Harry. That is what I have always been. A chess player who loves his pieces but cannot stop moving them around the board. Then why are you telling me now? Because the third trial is honesty. Radical honesty. The willingness to see yourself and others as they truly are, not as you wish them to be. Dumbledore met Harry's gaze. I am a manipulator. I am a coward. I am a man who loved too much and trusted too little. I am the architect of 1,000 schemes, and half of them have failed. I sent your parents to their deaths by trusting the wrong person. I left you on a doorstep instead of checking on you for 10 years. I arranged your life like a narrative, and I forgot that you were a person. The words hung in the air. Fawkes let out a low, grieving trill. But I also love you, Dumbledore said. Not as a piece. Not as a weapon. As a boy. As the son of two people I failed, carrying burdens I should have helped him shoulder. And if you can forgive me, if you can see me as I am, flawed and frightened and flailing, and still choose to learn from me, then you will have passed the third trial. Not by being strong. By being merciful. Harry looked at the old man who had shaped so much of his life. The secrets, the manipulations, the careful choices. He had been angry at Dumbledore for so long, angry at the silences, angry at the expectations, angry at the way every revelation felt like a betrayal. But he had also seen Dumbledore in the depths of his own memories. The echo of Merlin. The weight of sacrifice. The terrible loneliness of being the one who knows, the one who plans, the one who carries the fate of the world on aging shoulders. The Emrys' power pulsed. It was not telling him what to do. It was waiting. The trials had taught him that his choices were his own. I don't forgive you, Harry said. Not yet. Forgiveness takes time, and I've had 4 hours to process a lifetime of manipulation. Dumbledore flinched. But I understand you. I understand why you did what you did. You were afraid. You were trying to do the right thing in the only way you knew how. And you were wrong. Just like I've been wrong about 100 things. Just like everyone is wrong sometimes. He took a breath. Mab said the third trial would teach me about the cost of power and the cost of mercy. I think mercy costs more. Because it means letting go of the anger. It means seeing someone clearly and choosing not to destroy them. Yes. Dumbledore's voice cracked. Yes, my boy. That is exactly what it means. I don't forgive you. But I'm willing to learn from you. If you're willing to teach honestly. No more secrets. No more schemes. Just the truth. Dumbledore closed his eyes. A tear traced its way through the blood and grime on his cheek. The truth, he whispered. Yes. The truth is the least I owe you. The Emrys' power blazed. The golden fire that had been burning under Harry's skin for what felt like forever surged outward, sweeping through the astronomy tower, through the castle, through the grounds. The Dementors fled. The Death Eaters scattered. The fires began to die. And Harry felt the third trial settle into place. Not a victory. Not a completion. A beginning. He had passed through truth, shadow, and mercy. He was not the same person who had stepped through the mist. He was not the boy in the cupboard or the symbol on a pedestal or the pawn in Dumbledore's grand design. He was the Emrys' heir. He was Harry Potter. He was both and neither and everything in between. Rest now, he told Dumbledore. I'll handle the rest. And he turned to face the war that was waiting. Chapter 3, The Embers of Avalon. The Dementors fled like smoke before a hurricane. Harry stood at the edge of what remained of the astronomy tower and watched them go. The sky, which had been black with their numbers moments before, was clearing to a bruised gray. Dawn was breaking somewhere beyond the smoke, pale fingers of light reaching across the Scottish Highlands. The fires in the Forbidden Forest still burned, but they were ordinary fires now, the green and purple spell flame dying as the magic that had spawned them dissipated. Behind him, Poppy Pomfrey was working on Dumbledore with hands that trembled from exhaustion. The old wizard had slipped into unconsciousness the moment Harry had turned away, his body finally surrendering to wounds that would have killed a lesser wizard 3 times over. Fawkes stood guard beside his master, the phoenix's dim feathers slowly regaining their luster as the tide of battle turned. The Death Eaters who had not fled outright were retreating in disarray. Harry could see them from his vantage point, dark shapes scurrying toward the tree line, their masks discarded, their robes catching on branches and debris. Some of them had simply collapsed where they stood, their minds broken by whatever they had glimpsed when Harry had turned the full weight of his Emrys' truth on their ranks. They would recover, probably. Eventually. But they would never be quite the same. You're terrifying, you know that. Harry turned. Ginny was climbing through the shattered staircase, her red hair a beacon in the grey morning light. Her robes were torn at the shoulder, revealing a gash that had been hastily bandaged, but she was moving with the same fierce energy she always had. She looked at him as if she was seeing him for the first time, which, in a way, she was. I know, Harry said. I'm trying to be okay with it. Good. Because honestly, terrifying is useful right now. She reached the top of the tower and stood beside him, looking out at the smoking battlefield. Hermione's organizing triage in the Great Hall. Ron's helping move the wounded. Luna and Neville have the younger students in the Hufflepuff common room, which is apparently the most defensible position in the castle now that Gryffindor Tower's been breached. How many did we lose? Ginny's jaw tightened. Too many. Not as many as we would have if you hadn't shown up when you did. The Dementors were minutes away from breaking through the last defensive line. Another hour and they would have performed the kiss on everyone who couldn't produce a Patronus. Who died? Colin Creevey. He snuck back from the evacuation to take photographs. A falling wall caught him. Ginny's voice was steady, but Harry could hear the grief beneath it. Professor Vector. She was covering a group of Ravenclaws trying to reach the dungeons. A killing curse took her in the back. And Fred. The world tilted. Fred. Fred Weasley. He's not dead. But she took a breath. He's not okay. A curse we don't recognize. It's like he's trapped in a nightmare he can't wake up from. Pomfrey says his body is fine but his mind is somewhere else. Somewhere dark. Harry felt the Emrys' power stir. It had grown quieter since the third trial, more integrated, less of a separate presence and more of a seamless extension of himself. But it still responded to strong emotion. And the thought of Fred Weasley, bright, laughing, unquenchable Fred, trapped in some dark mental prison made it surge with protective fury. "Take me to him." "Harry," Pomfrey said, "I'm not going to cast a spell. I just want to see him. Please." Ginny held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. "This way. The stairs are still mostly there if you're careful." They descended through the broken tower together. The castle around them was a ruin in places, pristine in others. The whims of battle had carved strange paths through the ancient stone. Here a corridor was entirely untouched, portraits dozing peacefully in their frames. There a whole section of wall had been blasted away, revealing the grey morning sky and the smoking grounds below. House elves were already at work, small figures in tea towels and pillowcases, clearing debris with snaps of their bony fingers. Harry passed a group of students huddled in an alcove. They were young, second years, maybe third years, and they stared at him with expressions that made something twist in his chest. Not admiration. Not the usual hero worship he had grown accustomed to. This was something closer to awe, and beneath the awe, fear. They had felt what he had done on the battlefield. They had watched the Dementors flee from him. And they didn't know what to make of it. He didn't know what to make of it either. The hospital wing had been expanded into the great hall. The house tables had been pushed against the walls, their surfaces covered with potion vials and bandages and the organized chaos of field medicine. Students lay on conjured cots in neat rows, some sleeping, some staring at the enchanted ceiling with empty eyes, some being tended by anyone with even rudimentary healing skills. Madame Pomfrey moved among them like a general commanding troops, her voice sharp with exhaustion but her hands still steady. Fred was in the corner, separated from the other patients by a shimmering privacy screen. Molly Weasley sat beside him, her face pale and tear-streaked but her spine rigid with the iron determination Harry had seen in her since the first moment they met. Arthur stood behind her, one hand on her shoulder, his usually gentle face carved into lines of barely controlled anguish. Bill and Charlie were there too. Bill's face was still scarred from his encounter with Greyback, but he had come to Hogwarts the moment the call went out. Charlie had brought a contingent of dragon handlers from the Romanian reserve, and their expertise with dangerous creatures had proven invaluable against the Dementors. Percy stood slightly apart from the rest of the family, his ministry robes torn and dirty, his expression one of desperate, guilty hope. "Harry." Molly rose when she saw him. "Harry, you're back. Ginny said you'd gone somewhere we couldn't follow. It's a long story, Mrs. Weasley." Harry approached the cot where Fred lay. "Can I see him?" Fred looked like he was sleeping. His chest rose and fell with steady breaths. His face was peaceful, almost serene. But his eyes were open, staring at nothing, and in their depths, Harry saw shadows moving. Not shadows of the room. Shadows of somewhere else. "A Death Eater hit him with something during the retreat," Arthur said quietly. "Not a killing curse. Not any dark spell we recognize. He just collapsed. And he hasn't woken up since." "The diagnostic charms show brain activity," Pomfrey added, appearing at Harry's elbow. "Not normal brain activity. It's as if he's dreaming, but the dream state is unusually deep. Almost like a self-induced coma. I've tried every restorative potion in my stores, but nothing brings him out of it." Harry reached out and touched Fred's forehead. The Emrys' power rose to meet his call, and for a moment, he really saw, what was happening inside his friend's mind. It was a curse born of the otherworld. Not Sidhe magic, exactly. Something older. Something that Mab had mentioned in passing during his trials. The forgotten. The things that had been sealed away behind the courts, the things that even the Sidhe feared. The Chaos Shard that Voldemort had stolen was leaking its influence into the mortal realm, and that leakage was waking things that should have stayed asleep. The curse in Fred's mind was one of those things, a fragment of ancient nightmare that had latched onto his consciousness and was slowly consuming it. "I can't fix this," Harry said. His voice was steady, but the words cost him. "Not yet. I can see what's wrong, but I don't know how to break it. The magic that's trapping him, it's older than anything I know how to fight." "Then who can fix it?" Molly's voice cracked. "Who can help him? The same people who created it. Or the ones who sealed it away." Harry withdrew his hand. "I need to go to Avalon." The word dropped into the great hall like a stone into still water. The students nearby stopped their whispered conversations. The portraits on the walls leaned forward in their frames. Even the enchanted ceiling seemed to flicker, the grey morning sky rippling as if the castle itself recognized the name. "Avalon," Hermione said. She had appeared from somewhere behind the Weasleys, her arms full of bandages. Her hair had escaped its usual bushy ponytail and was sticking out in a dozen directions. "Harry, Avalon is a myth. So was the Emrys' inheritance until a week ago. Avalon is the Isle of the Blessed," Dumbledore's voice rasped from across the hall. The old wizard was conscious again, propped up on a cot with Fawkes perched on the headboard. His voice was weak, but it carried. The resting place of Merlin's physical form. The place where his recorded echoes are said to speak from the walls themselves. It is accessible only to those who carry the Emrys frequency. "I carry it," Harry said. "And Merlin's echoes might know how to counter the Chaos Shard. They might know how to save Fred and anyone else who gets hit with that curse. Or they might demand a price you cannot afford to pay." Dumbledore struggled to sit up, and Pomfrey moved to push him back down, but he waved her off. "The echoes of ancient wizards are not like portraits, Harry. They are fragments of consciousness, stripped of the context that makes a soul humane. They speak only in truths, and truths can be devastating weapons. I've been through 3 trials in the past 4 hours. I think I can handle devastating truths." Dumbledore met his gaze. The old man's eyes were still clear, still sharp, but something had changed in them. The chess player had put away his board. What remained was someone who had finally, after more than a century, accepted that he was not the one in control. "Then go," Dumbledore said. "But do not go alone. The journey to Avalon is not a physical one. It is a journey through the layers of reality that separate the mortal world from the places where magic pools in its purest form. The Sidhe can navigate such places. The Emrys' heir can navigate them. Your friends cannot, not without help." "I'll go," Ginny said immediately. "So will I." Ron stepped forward, his injured leg still wrapped but his stance steady. "You're not vanishing into another magical doorway without me. Not again. And me." Hermione dropped her bandages onto a nearby cot. "If Avalon has records, if there's knowledge there about the Chaos Shard or the Forgotten or anything that can help, I'm the best person to find it. The journey could be dangerous. You might not come back. Harry." Hermione gave him a look that was equal parts exasperated and affectionate. "We've been in mortal danger since the moment we met you. At this point, it would be weird if we weren't." Neville appeared then, with Luna drifting in his wake. "We're coming too. Neville, Fred is my friend. This castle is my home. And whatever's out there, whatever Voldemort's woken up, it's not going to stop with one battle. If there's a way to fight back, I want to be part of it." Neville's voice was quiet, but there was steel in it. The boy who had spent 5 years being underestimated had become someone else entirely in the crucible of the past week. Besides, Gran always said the Longbottoms have a trace of old magic in our blood. Maybe that's what it's for. Luna tilted her head, her protuberant eyes fixed on Harry with that unsettling clarity she always had. "The Raxperts are very excited about you," she said. "They've been buzzing around your head ever since you came back. Usually they only do that when something interesting is about to happen. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. But I'd like to find out." Harry looked at the circle of faces around him. Ron, who had followed him into the Forbidden Forest to face a horde of acromantulas. Hermione, who had brewed Polyjuice Potion in a bathroom at 12 years old and kept every secret he'd ever told her. Ginny, who had faced Voldemort's memory when she was 11 and come out fighting. Neville and Luna, who had stood with him in the Department of Mysteries when the whole world said they were just children playing at war. They were not children anymore. None of them were. "All right," he said. "But we need to move fast. The Chaos Shard is still out there, and Voldemort's not going to wait for us to be ready." "Hermione, what do we know about Avalon's location?" "Nothing concrete. The Arthurian texts mention an island accessible only by those who are worthy, usually by boat, sometimes by stepping through mist. Glastonbury Tor is the traditional site, but magical historians have never been able to verify that." "Mist," Harry said. "Like the doorway that took me to the Otherworld." "You think Avalon and the Otherworld are connected?" "I think they're layers of the same thing. The Otherworld is where the Sidhe live. Avalon is where Merlin's body was laid to rest. They're both places that exist alongside the mortal world but not in it. Different addresses in the same neighborhood." He looked at Dumbledore. "How do I find the right layer?" Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he spoke, his voice had the quality of someone reciting text from memory. Merlin's record spoke of 7 anchor points between the worlds. 7 locations where the barriers are thin enough to cross. Stonehenge is one. Glastonbury is another. There is a third beneath Hogwarts itself, in the Chamber of Secrets, where the oldest magic in the castle pools around Salazar Slytherin's failed ambition. The Chamber of Secrets? Ron's voice went up an octave. "You want us to go back down there? The basilisk is dead. The chamber is empty. And its connection to the Otherworld is stronger than almost any other location in Britain, which is why Slytherin chose it for his pet in the first place." Dumbledore opened his eyes. "From the chamber, you should be able to navigate to Avalon. The Emrys frequency will guide you. But be warned, the barriers are weakening everywhere. You may encounter things in the passage that do not belong in either world." Harry nodded. "Then that's where we start." Getting to the Chamber of Secrets proved easier than it had been 3 years ago. For one thing, there was no Lockhart to accidentally wipe his own memory. For another, Harry could now command the castle's plumbing with a thought. The entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom opened at his approach. The tunnel was dark and damp and smelled of centuries-old decay, but the Emrys' power lit his way with a soft golden glow that reflected off the ancient stone. The others followed single file, their wands raised, their footsteps echoing in the narrow space. "I can't believe we're doing this again," Ron muttered. "I swore after second year that I was never coming back down here." "You didn't have to come." "Yes, I did. Don't ask stupid questions." The chamber itself was just as Harry remembered it. The vast cathedral space. The carved serpent pillars. The massive face of Salazar Slytherin staring down at them with stone eyes that still managed to convey contempt. The basilisk's corpse had been removed, but its massive shed skin still lay coiled in the shadows, and the smell of its venom lingered in the air. "All right," Hermione said, her voice hushed. "How do we navigate layers of reality from here?" Harry didn't answer. He walked to the center of the chamber, where the water from the underground lake still pooled in a dark mirror. The Emrys' power was humming now, resonating with something deep in the stone beneath his feet. Something that had been here long before Salazar Slytherin, long before Hogwarts, long before the first wizard ever raised a wand. He knelt and touched the water. The world inverted. The transition wasn't as violent as the mist door to the Otherworld had been. This was gentler, more like sinking into warm bathwater than being ripped through reality. The Chamber of Secrets dissolved around him, replaced by a grey expanse that was neither water nor air nor void but something in between. The others were with him, he could feel their presence like candles in the fog, and they were moving, drifting, carried by a current that had no physical form. Then the grey parted, and they were somewhere else. Avalon was not what Harry expected. He had imagined an island of mist and shadow, perhaps, or a cathedral of crystal like the one in his vision of Merlin. He had not imagined this, an orchard. Apple trees as far as the eye could see, their branches heavy with fruit that glowed faintly in the perpetual twilight. The grass beneath their feet was the vivid, impossible green of the otherworld. The sky overhead was a dome of soft pearlescent light, neither day nor night, neither sun nor moon. In the center of the orchard stood a stone circle. Not the massive megaliths of Stonehenge, but something smaller, more intimate. 9 stones arranged in a ring, each one carved with glyphs of the old tongue that pulsed with the same blue-white light as the runes Harry had produced in Snape's dungeon. And in the center of the circle, lying on a slab of what looked like living crystal, was a body. "It's him," Hermione breathed. Merlin. The greatest wizard who had ever lived did not look like a legend. He looked like a man in his middle years, dark hair streaked with gray, face lined with care and laughter in equal measure. His hands were folded on his chest. His eyes were closed. His robes were simple white cloth, unadorned, and his feet were bare. If not for the faint shimmer of magic that surrounded him, a preservation spell so powerful it had survived a millennium, he could have been any traveler who had stopped to rest beneath the apple trees. "He's not dead," Neville said. "Is he?" "He is and he isn't." Harry approached the stone circle. The Emrys' power was thrumming so loudly now that he could barely hear his own thoughts. "His body is alive, but his consciousness, his soul, is in the binding." He poured himself into the barrier between worlds. "What's left here is an anchor. A tether. Then how do we talk to him?" As if in answer, the glyphs on the standing stones flared. Light poured from them, spiraling upward, and from the light came a voice. It was the same voice Harry had heard in the pensive stone in Dumbledore's office, young and old at once, resonant with power and weariness. "You talk to me by being here, child of Emrys. By carrying the frequency. By proving yourself worthy of the trials." The light coalesced into a figure. It was translucent, shimmering, but it had the shape of the man on the slab. Merlin's echo. The same echo that had spoken to Harry in the vision. But this time, there was recognition in its burning eyes. "You have passed the first 2 trials," the echo said. "Truth and shadow. And the third, the trial of mercy, has begun to take root in your heart. You are further along the path than I expected. Further than any heir since the original bearers walked the earth before wands." "I didn't come here for praise," Harry said. "I came for help. Voldemort has found the Chaos Shard. He's using it to accelerate the deterioration of the binding. My friend has been cursed by something that crawled out of the cracks in reality, and I don't know how to save him." Voldemort. The echo tasted the name. A mortal who has torn his own soul to pieces in pursuit of immortality. A foolish path. Immortality is not achieved by refusing to die. It is achieved by accepting that death is not an ending. Can you help us or not? The echo tilted its head. The Chaos Shard is a fragment of the void that existed before creation. It is not evil, nothing so simple. It is the raw potential from which light and darkness, order and chaos, life and death were all born. In the right hands, it could be used to remake the binding. In the wrong hands, the echo gestured, and the air between them shimmered. An image appeared, a fissure in reality, spreading outward like cracks in ice, with things crawling through. Things with too many limbs. Things with no faces. Things that made Harry's eyes ache to look at them. "The forgotten," Harry said. "Yes. The Chaos Shard resonates with them. It calls to them. And the one you call Voldemort is too blinded by his own ambition to understand what he is inviting into your world. How do we stop him?" The echo was silent for a long moment. The apple trees rustled in a breeze that had no source. The others had gathered behind Harry now, their presence a warm pressure at his back. Ron's hand was on his wand. Hermione's face was tight with concentration, cataloging every word. Ginny stood closest to Harry, her shoulder almost touching his. There are two paths, the Echo said finally. You already know this. The first is to renew the binding. To pour yourself into the barrier between worlds as I did, to seal the courts and the Forgotten away for another 1,000 years. It would cost you your life. Not your death, your life. You would become what I am, an anchor. A consciousness spread across the barrier, aware but not alive, watching but not acting. I'm not doing that, Harry said. You cannot do it alone regardless. Even if you wish to sacrifice yourself, you lack the knowledge to perform the ritual. The binding was forged by a circle of 7, myself and 6 other wizards who gave their lives willingly. Their names are forgotten, but their sacrifice was no less than mine. A circle of 7, Hermione repeated. The same number as the anchors in the stone circle. Yes. The binding draws its strength from multiplicity. From the willingness of many souls to stand as one. If you choose to renew it, you will need to find 6 others who are willing to share the burden. The terms are absolute, once bound, there is no release. You would exist forever as sentinels between worlds. I'm not asking anyone to sacrifice their life for this. You're not asking, Ron said. But you're also not refusing. There's a difference. Harry turned to face his friends. I'm serious. I'm not letting anyone die for this. There has to be another way. The Echo said there were 2 paths, Ginny said. What's the second one? The Echo's burning eyes flickered. Harry had the distinct impression that it was smiling, though its translucent face showed no expression. The second path is what you have already begun to intuit, Harry Potter. Do not renew the binding. Remake it. Remake it how? The binding as I forged it was a prison. It locked the Sidhe courts and the Forgotten away from the mortal realm, but it did not address the underlying conflict. It was a tourniquet, not a healing. I did what I could with the knowledge and allies I possessed, but I always knew it was a temporary measure. The binding was designed to hold long enough for a better solution to be found. You're saying we can change the terms. I am saying you can negotiate. You have already impressed Mab, which is no small feat. She has been Queen of Air and Darkness for longer than human civilization has existed, and she has seen 1,000 champions rise and fall. That she allowed you to return from the other world at all suggests she sees potential in you. Potential that I recognized when the Emrys frequency first resonated with your infant soul. You chose me. Before I was born. The frequency chooses, not the bearer. I am merely the echo of a bearer who came before. But yes, the Emrys' inheritance awakened to your mother's sacrifice. Lily Potter poured so much love into her final act that the very fabric of magic took notice. That love called to the frequency. And the frequency answered. Harry felt something twist in his chest. His mother again. Always his mother. Even now, 15 years after her death, she was still shaping his destiny. Tell me about the third option. The negotiation. The binding can be remade as a treaty rather than a prison. The Sidhe courts are not inherently destructive, they are simply other. They operate by laws that have nothing to do with human morality, but they are capable of honoring agreements. If you can forge a new covenant between the mortal world and the other world, one that allows the Sidhe access under specific conditions, one that gives them what they truly want instead of merely denying them, what do they truly want? To exist. The Echo's voice was soft. They have been trapped in their own realm for 1,000 years, cut off from the cycle of life and death that nourishes all living things. The other world is beautiful, but it is sterile. It does not grow. It does not change. And beings that do not change eventually go mad. Harry thought of Mab's frozen eyes. The cold that radiated from her. The way she had spoken of rot and decay and the forgotten stirring in their prison. She was terrifying and alien and deeply, fundamentally dangerous. But she was also afraid. He had seen that fear in her, beneath the ice and the mockery. She was afraid of the same thing threatening his world, the collapse of the barrier, the awakening of the forgotten, the end of everything. If I can negotiate a new covenant, he said slowly, I could stop Voldemort. I could save Fred. I could give the city what they want without letting them destroy the world. You could. Whether you can outmaneuver Mab in a negotiation that will determine the fate of two worlds is a different question entirely. Thanks for the vote of confidence. The echo laughed. It was a strange sound, musical and sad and genuinely amused. I have every confidence in you, Harry Potter. You have done something I never could. You have accepted your shadow. You have learned to speak your truth. You have begun to understand that mercy is not weakness but the greatest strength there is. I was never able to do those things. I was too afraid of my own darkness, too proud to admit my flaws, too convinced that I alone knew what was best. That is why the binding was a prison. That is why I died alone on a hill of sacrifice, sealing away the city but never truly resolving the conflict. So you want me to do better? I want you to do what you were born to do. Not to follow my path. To forge your own. The echo began to fade. The light that composed its form was dimming, the glyphs on the standing stones flickering. I am growing weak, the echo said. The Chaos Shard's influence is draining my power. I did not think I had much time. But before I go, I must warn you, Voldemort knows you are here. What? He has been searching for Avalon since he acquired the Chaos Shard. It whispered to him of this place, of the power that sleeps in Merlin's body, of the secrets carved into these stones. And now that you have entered, you have left a trail he can follow. He is coming. With the shard. With his followers. With the creatures that the shard has called from the cracks between worlds. As if on cue, the sky darkened. The pearlescent light that illuminated the orchard flickered, and from somewhere beyond the stone circle, Harry heard a sound that made his blood run cold. It was a scream. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. Something that had never been meant to exist. How long do we have? He asked. Minutes, at most. The Chaos Shard can tear through the barriers between layers of reality. Voldemort lacks the finesse to use it properly, but raw force serves his purposes well enough. We need to go. We need to get back to Hogwarts and, you cannot outrun him. Not through the passage you used to come here. He is coming from that direction. You must leave through another layer. Another layer? The other world. The Court of Air and Darkness. Mab will not harm you, you are still under guest right, and she is bound by older laws than even she can break. Tell her what you have learned. Tell her what you intend. And ask her, the echo paused, and when it spoke again, its voice was heavy with something that might have been regret. Ask her if she will accept a new covenant. One forged not in sacrifice, but in trust. The echo dissolved entirely. The standing stones went dark. The apple trees shuddered in the orchard, their branches groaning, their glowing fruit falling to the ground and shattering into motes of light. Something was tearing its way toward them through the fabric of reality, and it was getting closer. How do we get to the other world from here? Ron demanded. There's no mist door. There's no, Harry raised his hand. The Emrys' power responded instantly, blazing under his skin with a heat that was almost painful. He had opened a passage between worlds once before, in the dormitory, though he hadn't understood what he was doing. Now he understood. He reached for the barrier between layers, thinner here in Avalon than anywhere in the mortal world, and pulled. A door of mist swirled into existence. Go, he said. All of you. Now. But, now. Ginny went first. Then Neville. Luna followed without hesitation, her dreamy expression utterly calm. Ron and Hermione hesitated, but only for a heartbeat. They had learned to trust Harry's instincts, even when those instincts led them into places that defied every law of magic they had ever known. Harry was the last. He paused at the threshold of the mist door and looked back at the stone circle. At Merlin's body on its crystal slab. At the ancient wizard's final resting place, now dark and flickering beneath a sky that was cracking apart. "I'll come back," he said quietly. "I'll fix this. I promise." And then the orchard erupted. The fissure opened directly above the stone circle. It was a wound in the sky, a tear in the pearlescent light through which nothing could be seen but absolute darkness. And from that darkness, they came. Not just Death Eaters in their skull masks and dark robes. Not just Voldemort with his red eyes and his snake slits for nostrils. Things made of shadow and hunger, ancient things, forgotten things, pouring through the tear like oil pouring into water. Voldemort stood at the center of them all. In his hand was a crystal that blazed with light that was not light, anti-light, light turned inside out, a color that had no name in any human language. The Chaos Shard. It was smaller than Harry had expected, no bigger than a snitch, but the power radiating from it was vast enough to make the Emrys fire flicker. "Potter." Voldemort's voice was high and cold and utterly without mercy. "You have led me to exactly where I needed to be." Harry didn't answer. He stepped backward through the mist door, and as the other world swallowed him, he saw Voldemort raise the Chaos Shard. He saw the Forgotten surge forward. He saw the apple orchard of Avalon burn with darkness. And then the door closed, and there was only mist. They emerged in the court of air and darkness. The throne room was exactly as Harry had glimpsed it in the vision that had pulled him through his first mist door. Pillars of black ice rose to an invisible ceiling. The floor was a mirror of frozen starlight, reflecting their faces back at them with expressions of awe and terror. At the far end of the hall, on a throne carved from what looked like a single massive diamond, sat Mab. She was not alone. The court was in session. Sidhe lords and ladies lined the walls, their forms shifting between beauty and nightmare. Some were tall and pale and impossibly lovely. Others were hunched and gnarled, their bodies grown over with crystal formations or trailing veils of shadow. All of them turned to stare at the 6 humans who had materialized in the center of their hall. "Mab," Harry said. "I need to talk to you." The Queen of Air and Darkness raised one perfect eyebrow. "You have a talent for appearing in my presence without invitation, Emrys child. First in my sacred grove. Now in my throne room. Some might call it impertinence. Some might call it necessity. Voldemort has the Chaos Shard. He's in Avalon right now. The Forgotten are pouring through the cracks in reality, and if we don't do something, I know what is happening in Avalon." Mab's voice was calm, but Harry could hear the tension beneath it. "I felt the fissure open. The entire otherworld felt it. You are not the only one who can sense threats to the barrier, child. Then help us. You said you wanted to renegotiate the debt. You said the binding was failing. Let's talk. Let's figure out a way to fix this before everything collapses." "And what would you offer, Harry Potter? What could a 15-year-old mortal possibly bring to a negotiation that has waited 1,000 years? Harry thought about what Merlin's echo had said. About what the Sidhe truly wanted. About the sterile beauty of the otherworld and the madness that came from stagnation. "I can give you access," he said. "Not conquest. Not destruction. Access. A covenant that allows the courts to enter the mortal realm under specific conditions. Rules that both sides have to follow. A treaty instead of a prison." The Sidhe lords and ladies stirred. Whispers ran through the throne room like wine through frozen branches. Mab's expression did not change, but her eyes narrowed. "You propose to share your world with us. I propose to negotiate. You're not evil, Mab. You're other. You exist by different rules. But those rules don't have to conflict with the rules of the mortal world. There has to be a middle ground. A way for both sides to exist without destroying each other. You speak of middle ground in a universe that has never known it. The city and humanity are antithetical by nature. Your kind fears us. My kind covets yours. That is the way it has always been. Things change. I'm proof of that. I shouldn't exist. The Emrys' inheritance shouldn't have awakened for another decade. The binding shouldn't be failing for another century. But here we are. And if we don't change, if we don't find a new way, then the Forgotten will wake up and destroy both our worlds. Mab was silent. Around her, the court held its breath. The frozen starlight floor reflected their faces, distorted and strange. Harry could feel his friends behind him, Ron's fear, Hermione's fierce concentration, Ginny's steady presence, Neville's determination, Luna's strange serenity. They were a circle of 6. Not 7. Not yet. You are asking me to trust you, Mab said at last. A mortal child who has been the Emrys' heir for less than a week. Who has barely passed 2 trials. Who has made mistakes and will make more. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to give me a chance to prove that the new covenant can work. The binding is failing. You can feel it. The Chaos Shard is making it worse. If you refuse to negotiate, the prison collapses, the Forgotten rise, and we all lose. If you negotiate and I fail, you're no worse off than you are now. And if you succeed, then both our worlds survive. Then the city get to exist in a world that grows and changes and feeds the parts of you that have been starving for 1,000 years. Then maybe, Harry took a breath. Maybe the next 1,000 years can be different from the last 1,000 years. Mab rose from her throne. The movement was fluid, inhuman, like water flowing uphill. She descended the steps of her dais and walked toward Harry, each step sending ripples through the frozen floor. The temperature in the throne room dropped, and Harry saw his breath fogging in front of his face. You are either very wise or very foolish, she said. Perhaps both. It is a combination the Emrys' inheritance has always favored. Is that a yes? It is a maybe. I will consider your proposal. I will send emissaries to discuss terms. But first, she stopped an arm's length away, her frozen starlight eyes boring into his. First, you must deal with the immediate threat. The Chaos Shard. The Dark Lord. The Fissure in Avalon. You brought them into this. You must be the one to drive them out. I was planning on it. Good. Mab smiled. It was still a cold expression, but there was something new in it. Respect, perhaps. Or anticipation. Then let me offer you a gift, Emrys' child. A boon to seal your promise. You said your friend was cursed by the Forgotten. A nightmare parasite that crawled through the cracks in the world and latched onto his mind. Fred. Yes. I can give you the knowledge to break the curse. But knowledge always comes with a price. Are you willing to pay it? Name the price. Not gold. Not blood. A truth. You have passed the trial of truth once, but the trial is never truly complete. There is always another layer of honesty to uncover. Mab's smile sharpened. Tell me, Harry Potter. When you look at your friends, when you think about the circle of 7 you will need to remake the binding, do you truly want them to share your burden? Or do you simply not know how to do this alone? The question hit Harry like a physical blow. He felt his friends shift behind him. He felt the weight of their gazes on his back. And he knew, with the same bone-deep certainty that had carried him through the first 2 trials, that he could not lie. Not here. Not to Mab. Not to himself. I don't know, he said. Part of me wants to protect them. To keep them safe. To carry this weight by myself so no one else has to suffer. He paused. The Emrys' fire was burning, and the truth was burning with it. But another part of me, the part that spent 15 years being alone, doesn't want to be alone anymore. I need them. Not because they're useful. Not because they can fight. Because they remind me who I am. Because they make the burden feel like something I can carry. And if they die? The question was brutal. The question was necessary. Then I'll mourn them. And I'll keep fighting. And I'll hate myself for letting them get involved. But I'll also know, that they made their own choices. That they didn't follow me because I manipulated them or guilt them or forced them. They followed me because they believe in what we're doing. Because they believe in me. That is the answer I was looking for. Mab extended her hand. In her palm, a sphere of ice formed, similar to the one she had conjured during the first trial. The curse your friend suffers from is called the nightmare seed. It feeds on the victim's deepest fears, trapping them in a recursive loop of terror. To break it, you must enter the victim's dreamscape and convince them that the fear is a lie. Not with logic. Not with force. With love. Show them a truth stronger than the nightmare. The curse will shatter. How do I enter a dreamscape? The Emrys' power can bridge minds as easily as it bridges worlds. Touch your friend's forehead. Reach for him with your will. The way will open. She pressed the ice sphere into Harry's hand. This will amplify your ability. Use it once, and it will dissolve. Use it wisely. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The negotiation is not complete. The boon is not free. When I demand payment, you will not enjoy the price. Mab turned and walked back toward her throne. Now go. Your friends are anxious. Your enemy is in Avalon. And the clock that has been ticking since the moment you awakened in Snape's dungeon is running faster by the minute. Harry turned to his friends. Ron's face was pale but determined. Hermione looked like she was already cataloging everything Mab had said. Ginny's eyes were on the ice sphere in Harry's hand, her expression unreadable. Neville had his wand out, his knuckles white. Luna smiled at him with that strange serenity that had always been more unnerving than any fear. We're going back to Hogwarts, Harry said. I'm going to heal Fred. And then we're going to figure out how to form a circle of 7 and stop Voldemort from destroying both worlds. Just another Tuesday, Ron said. No problem. The mist door opened at Harry's command, and the 6 of them stepped through, leaving the Court of Air in darkness and its frozen queen behind. The hospital wing was in chaos when they returned. The fissure in Avalon had sent shockwaves through every layer of reality. The castle wards were flickering. New patients were flooding in, students and professors and order members who had been caught by the backlash of dark magic that had rippled outward from Merlin's resting place. Pomfrey was shouting orders. House elves were running back and forth with potions and bandages. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall was showing a sky that was the wrong color entirely, streaked with veins of purple and black that had no earthly origin. Fred was where they had left him, still trapped in his silent nightmare. Molly was still at his bedside, her face haggard, her hands wrapped around her son's. Arthur was speaking urgently with Remus Lupin in the corner. Tonks was there too, her hair cycling through anxious shades of gray and black. Harry. Molly looked up when he approached. Did you find something? Is there a way to help him? Yes. Harry knelt beside Fred's cot. The ice sphere was cold in his palm, its internal light pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Mab told me how to break the curse. I need to enter his dreamscape. I need to show him something stronger than the nightmare. How? What could be stronger than the truth? Harry pressed his free hand to Fred's forehead. The Emrys' power rose to meet his call. Love is the oldest magic. Older than the Sidhi. Older than the Forgotten. Older than anything. Your mother's love saved me when I was a baby. Your love is going to save him now. He closed his eyes and reached. The dreamscape was a maze of corridors that looked like the burrow but didn't feel like it. The walls were too tall. The doors were too narrow. The windows showed scenes that were not the peaceful garden and rolling hills Harry remembered but a landscape of fire and shadow, twisted trees clawing at a sky the color of a bruise. Fred was standing in the kitchen, his back to Harry, his shoulders hunched. Fred. He turned. His face was gaunt, hollow-eyed, aged 20 years in the space of hours. Harry. What are you doing here? You need to leave. You need to get out before it comes back. Before what comes back? The dragon. The one that killed Charlie. It's been hunting me. Every time I think I've escaped, it finds me. I saw it take Bill. I saw it take Ginny. I saw it, his voice cracked. I saw it take George. My twin. My other half. And I couldn't stop it. I can never stop it. That's not real, Fred. Charlie's not dead. Bill and Ginny are alive. George is fine, he's been driving Pomfrey mad trying to sneak into the hospital wing to see you. You're lying. I'm not. Look at me, Fred. Really look. Harry stepped closer, and as he did, he let the Emrys fire blaze brighter. Let his presence fill the cramped dreamscape with warmth and light. You've been cursed. A creature from the otherworld put a nightmare in your head. It's showing you your worst fears, over and over, trying to consume you. But it's not real. I promise you. It's not real. How do you know? How can you be sure? Because I've faced my own nightmares. In the otherworld. In my trials. I had to look at everything I'm afraid of, everything I hate about myself, and accept that it was part of me. And I survived. You can survive too. You just have to remember what's real. Fred's expression flickered. What's real? The burrow. Your mum's cooking. Your dad's stupid muggle collections. George finishing your sentences. Ginny beating you at Quidditch. Ron eating everything in the pantry. The shop. The jokes. The laughter. Harry put his hand on Fred's shoulder. You're not alone, Fred. You've never been alone. The nightmare wants you to forget that. Don't let it win. Something cracked in the dreamscape. The twisted walls flickered. The bruise-colored sky outside the windows lightened by a single shade. Fred's eyes, hollow and haunted and desperate, met Harry's. The shop, he whispered. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. We were going to open it after the war. George and me. We had plans. You still have plans. The war isn't over. The shop is waiting. George is waiting. Harry tightened his grip. Come back, Fred. Come back to them. The crack widened. The dreamscape shattered. Fred surged upright on his cot, gasping. His eyes were open, truly open, and they were Fred's eyes again, warm and bright and full of life. Molly screamed and threw herself at him. Arthur shouted something incoherent. The privacy screen fell over, and suddenly the whole corner of the hospital wing was a chaos of Weasleys, all talking and crying and reaching for their lost brother. Harry stepped back. The ice sphere in his hand crumbled to dust, its power spent. The Emrys fire settled back into its steady burn beneath his skin. That was well done, Dumbledore said from his cot across the hall. The old wizard had managed to prop himself up on his elbows. His eyes, still clear despite everything, were fixed on Harry with an expression of profound weariness and something that might have been pride. You entered a dreamscape and broke a forgotten curse with nothing but the truth and your own stubborn will. That is not a feat many wizards could accomplish. I had help. Mab gave me the knowledge. Mab gave you the knowledge. You had the courage to use it. Dumbledore closed his eyes. You are becoming what I always hoped you would become, Harry. Not a weapon. Not a symbol. A leader. A healer. Someone who fights not just with power, but with love. I had a good teacher. Eventually. Harry walked to Dumbledore's cot. I need to ask you something. About the binding. About the Circle of Seven. Ask. If we remake the binding, if we forge a new covenant instead of renewing the old one, will it still require sacrifice? Will someone still have to die? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. I do not know. The Emrys' inheritance is older than any lore I have studied. The binding was forged in an act of desperate sacrifice, but that does not mean all bindings must be forged the same way. When Merlin created the original, he was alone with 6 allies who had already lost everything. They chose sacrifice because they believed it was the only path. You may find another. And if I don't? Then you will have to make a choice. The hardest choice any leader ever faces. Dumbledore opened his eyes. But you will not face it alone. You have a circle already forming around you. I can see it. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. Neville. Luna. Fred, perhaps, if he recovers in time. They will stand with you. They will share the burden. And if sacrifice is required, his voice cracked. If sacrifice is required, let it be me. Professor, I am dying anyway. Dumbledore said it without self-pity. Simply stating a fact. The wounds I sustained in the battle are beyond even Fawkes's flames to heal. I have days at most. Perhaps hours. If the binding requires a death, let it be a death that was already coming. Let my final act undo some small portion of the harm my life has caused. Harry wanted to argue. The part of him that had raged against Dumbledore's manipulations, that had sworn never to be a pawn in the old man's schemes, that part wanted to refuse. But the Emrys' power was calm. It recognized the truth in Dumbledore's words. Not manipulation. Not scheming. Just the honest offer of a dying man trying to make amends. We'll find another way, Harry said. But if we can't, I'll remember. I promise. The ground shook. It was not an earthquake. It was something worse. A tremor in the fabric of reality itself, a shockwave that rippled through the castle from its foundations to its highest turrets. The walls groaned. The torches flickered. The enchanted ceiling shattered, showing not the sky but a vision of the forbidden forest, and the forest was filled with things that should not exist. Harry. Hermione's voice was sharp. Look. She was pointing out the window of the great hall. Harry ran to the glass and looked out at the grounds. The forbidden forest was gone. In its place was a landscape that belonged in the otherworld. Trees of black crystal. A sky of swirling violet. And at the center of it all, a fissure, a wound in reality that bled darkness into the air. From the fissure, shadows were pouring. The forgotten. And standing before them, the chaos shard blazing in his hand, was Voldemort. He had brought Avalon to Hogwarts. Or perhaps he had brought Hogwarts to Avalon. It didn't matter. The barrier between worlds was collapsing faster than anyone had predicted, and the Dark Lord was standing at the center of the collapse with the power to unmake creation in his hands. Everyone who can fight, to the grounds, Harry said. His voice was steady. The Emrys' fire was blazing. Everyone who can't, get to the Chamber of Secrets. It's the most protected place in the castle. Go now. Harry, Ron started. I need 6 people who are willing to form a circle. To remake the binding. To face Voldemort and the Forgotten and whatever else comes through that fissure. He turned to his friends. I'm not ordering anyone to do this. I'm asking. Will you stand with me? Ron stepped forward. Always. Hermione followed. Someone has to make sure you don't do anything stupid. Ginny was already at his side. Try to leave me behind. See what happens. Neville raised his wand. For my parents. Luna smiled. The Raxperts think this is a very good idea. That was 5. Harry looked around the great hall, searching for a 6th. Fred was still too weak. Dumbledore was too wounded. The other Order members were scattered across the grounds, already engaging the first wave of Forgotten. He needed one more. Someone who would complete the circle. Someone who, I'll do it. The voice came from the doorway. Harry turned. Snape stood there. He was not dead. Harry had assumed, when Hermione said he fell in the first attack, that he was gone. But the potions master was very much alive, pale, haggard, one arm in a sling, his black robes torn and blood-stained. His dark eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression that was neither contempt nor respect. Something closer to resignation. Something that might have been acceptance. Ron said you died. Reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Snape limped forward. Poppy found me in the rubble. I have been recovering in her private quarters. The castle has many secrets, Potter, and I know more of them than most. You want to join the circle? After everything? I want to finish what your mother started. Snape's voice was quiet, but it carried. I owe her a debt that can never be repaid. But this, standing with her son against the darkness she died fighting, this is as close as I will ever come. Harry looked at Snape for a long moment. The man who had tormented him for 5 years. The man who had loved his mother. The man who had been Dumbledore's spy and Voldemort's servant and something in between that defied easy categorization. All right, Harry said. Welcome to the circle. The 7 of them walked out of the great hall together. The grounds of Hogwarts had become a war zone. The Forbidden Forest was gone, replaced by the crystalline landscape of the Otherworld. The Forgotten were everywhere, shapes of shadow and hunger, things with too many limbs and too few faces. Death Eaters fought alongside them, their wands spitting dark curses, their masks reflecting the violet light of the fissured sky. The Order was holding the line near the castle walls, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. Every minute, the fissure widened. Every minute, more Forgotten poured through. Every minute, the Chaos Shard in Voldemort's hand pulsed with light that made the very fabric of reality shudder. Form the circle, Harry said. Around me. They arranged themselves in a ring. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Snape. 6 souls bound by loyalty and love and the stubborn refusal to let the world end without a fight. What now? Ron asked. Now we do what Merlin did. But different. Harry raised his hands. The Emrys fire blazed. We don't sacrifice ourselves. We don't build a prison. We forge something new. A covenant. A treaty. A bridge between worlds. And Voldemort? Harry looked across the battlefield. Voldemort was standing at the edge of the crystalline forest, the Chaos Shard in his hand. Their eyes met. The connection between them, the scar, the prophecy, the twisted bond that had defined both their lives, flared. He's part of this, Harry said. He always has been. The prophecy said neither can live while the other survives. But maybe that doesn't mean we have to kill each other. Maybe it means we have to let go. Let go of what? Everything that's been keeping us trapped. The hate. The fear. The prophecy itself. Harry closed his eyes. I'm going to try something. Something Mab taught me. Something the trials prepared me for. Hold the circle. No matter what happens. No matter what you see. Don't break the circle. The Emrys fire poured out of him. It flowed through the 6 anchors and back into him, amplified, strengthened, transformed. The ground beneath their feet began to glow with the golden light of the Emrys frequency. The glyphs of the old tongue wrote themselves across the grass, spiraling outward in patterns that had not been seen since Merlin himself walked the earth. And Harry reached out, across the battlefield, across the scar bond that connected him to Voldemort, across the layers of reality that separated one world from another, and he pulled. The Chaos Shard flickered. Voldemort screamed. And the Mindscape duel began. Chapter 4, The Death of Emrys. The Mindscape was not a place. It was a condition. A state of being where thought and reality folded into each other like layers of damp parchment, and Harry found himself standing in a version of the world that existed only in the space between his soul and Voldemort's fractured consciousness. He had expected darkness. He had expected the cold, serpentine corridors of the Dark Lord's psyche that he had glimpsed so many times through their scar connection. But this was different. This was the Chaos Shard's domain as much as Voldemort's, and the primordial fragment had reshaped everything it touched. The sky was the color of an open wound. The ground beneath Harry's feet was not ground at all but a membrane of solidified shadow that pulsed with every heartbeat, his, Voldemort's, some third heart that belonged to neither of them. Around him, the landscape shifted constantly. One moment, it was the graveyard where Cedric had died. The next, the Department of Mysteries where Sirius had fallen. The next, the cupboard under the stairs, its walls pressing inward, its darkness absolute. You should not have come here, Potter. Voldemort's voice did not come from any direction. It came from everywhere. The sky spoke it. The ground vibrated with it. The shifting walls of memory whispered it like a prayer to a god that did not exist. I didn't come here to fight you, Harry said. Then you are even more foolish than I believed. Voldemort materialized in front of him. Not the snake-faced monster of the graveyard resurrection. Not the handsome, hollow-eyed young man from the diary. Something in between. Something that flickered between forms like a candle flame in a draft. His red eyes burned with the light of the Chaos Shard, and in his hand, or where his hand should have been, there was only a void shaped like a crystal, anti-light bleeding from it in rivers that ran uphill and sideways and into dimensions that made Harry's mind ache. The Chaos Shard is consuming you, Harry said. You can feel it. Every time you use it, it takes another piece of your soul. My soul is secure. More secure than any living wizard's. Your Horcruxes are failing. One by one. The shard is burning through them. I can feel it through our connection. The diary is already gone. The ring. The locket. You're down to 3, and 2 of them are cracking. Voldemort's expression flickered. For just an instant, Harry saw something beneath the arrogance. Fear. The same fear he had seen in the frozen eyes of Mab, Queen of Air and Darkness. The fear of a being who had sacrificed everything for immortality and was watching it slip through his fingers. You lie. I passed the trial of truth in the other world. I literally can't lie anymore. The Emrys' inheritance won't let me. Harry took a step forward. The mindscape rippled around him, the graveyard bleeding into the Department of Mysteries, bleeding into the cupboard, bleeding back into itself. I didn't come here to kill you, Tom. I came here to make you an offer. I do not want your offers. You want to survive. You've always wanted to survive. That's what this has all been about, isn't it? The Horcruxes, the Chaos Shard, the hunt for immortality. You were afraid of dying, so you tore your soul apart trying to escape it. But there's another way. Voldemort laughed. It was a terrible sound, high and cold and utterly without humor. You think you can offer me something I have not already considered? I have plumbed the depths of magic that would shatter your infant mind. I have walked paths that Merlin himself feared to tread. What could you possibly offer me, the boy who has stumbled into power he does not understand? Peace. The word dropped into the mindscape like a stone into still water. The shifting walls stopped shifting. The pulsing ground stopped pulsing. Even the Chaos Shard's anti-light seemed to flicker. You spent your whole life running from death, Harry said. And it cost you everything. Your humanity. Your sanity. Any chance at happiness or love or connection. You're alone, Tom. More alone than anyone has ever been. And I know what that feels like. I spent 10 years in a cupboard, thinking I was nothing. Thinking no one would ever care if I lived or died. I am nothing like you. No. You're worse off than I ever was. Because I got out. I found friends. I found a family. I found people who loved me and people I could love back. You never did. You pushed everyone away. You chose power over connection. And now you're standing in a mindscape that's being devoured by a piece of primordial chaos, and you have no one. Nothing. Just the shard and the void and the fear. Voldemort's face contorted. The flickering between forms grew more violent, more desperate. You think you understand me? You think you can pity me? I'm not pitying you. I'm offering you a choice. Harry extended his hand. The Emrys fire blazed beneath his skin, but it was not aggressive. It was warm. Steady. The same light that had healed the dying grass in the otherworld, that had mended the shattered stones of the Hogwarts courtyard, that had pulled Fred Weasley out of his nightmare. Let go of the Chaos Shard. Let go of the Horcruxes. Let go of the fear. What's left of your soul can find peace. Not death. Peace. For a moment, just a moment, Voldemort hesitated. Harry saw it. The flicker of longing in those red eyes. The desperate, buried part of Tom Riddle that had once been an orphan in a London orphanage, frightened and alone and burning with the need to matter. The part that had chosen darkness not because it was inevitable but because no one had ever shown him another path. Then the Chaos Shard pulsed, and the moment shattered. Never. The word was not a word. It was a detonation. The mindscape convulsed, and Harry was thrown backward, tumbling through layers of memory and nightmare that were not his own. He glimpsed Voldemort's mother, gaunt and hopeless in a London doorway. He glimpsed the young Tom Riddle, beautiful and cold, murdering his father and grandparents in a manor house. He glimpsed the creation of the Horcruxes, each one a severing, each one a sacrifice of something that could never be reclaimed. And he glimpsed the Chaos Shard, burrowing deeper into Voldemort's consciousness, its anti-light spreading through his soul like rot through dead wood. You cannot offer me peace because I do not want peace. Voldemort's voice was everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of screams wrapped in silk. I want power. I want eternity. I want to tear down the barrier between worlds and remake creation in my image. The Chaos Shard will give me that. The Forgotten will serve me. The Sidhe will bow to me. And you, the mindscape shifted violently. Harry found himself standing in the graveyard again, but it was not the graveyard of Cedric's death. It was a graveyard of everyone he had ever loved. Ron's headstone. Hermione's. Ginny's. Sirius's. His parents. The Weasleys in a neat, terrible row. Dumbledore's at the center, cracked and ruined. You will watch them all die, Voldemort hissed. One by one. The Chaos Shard will unmake them, and you will feel it through every fiber of your Emrys power, and you will know, that you could have prevented it if you had only been strong enough. But you are not strong enough. You are a child. You are a fool. And you are about to lose everything. Harry stood in the graveyard of his loved ones and felt the Emrys fire blaze. He thought about what Mab had said. About the trials. About the bearers who shaped history instead of being shaped by it. They knew themselves. They accepted their shadows. They chose mercy even when mercy was the hardest choice. He thought about what Dumbledore had said. About love being the oldest magic. About sacrifice not being an ending but a transformation. He thought about what Merlin's echo had said. About forgiveness. About the new covenant. About trust as the foundation of something stronger than a prison. I'm not going to fight you, Harry said. What? I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to duel you. I'm not going to try to destroy you. He lowered his hand. I'm going to show you something instead. The Emrys' fire surged. Not outward. Inward. Through the scar bond that had connected them for 15 years. Through the layers of separation between Harry's consciousness and Voldemort's. Through every barrier the Dark Lord had ever erected to keep the world at bay. And Harry showed him. Showed him the cupboard under the stairs. Not as a weapon, but as a truth. The cold. The hunger. The loneliness that carved hollows in a child's soul. The desperate, aching hope that someone, anyone, would come and take him away. Showed him Hogwarts. The great hall, candlelit and welcoming. Ron's hand extended in friendship on the Hogwarts Express. Hermione's fierce, uncompromising loyalty. Hagrid's bone-crushing hugs. The first time someone had ever looked at him and seen something worth loving. Showed him the trials. The grove of moon trees. The shadow self he had embraced. The truth he had spoken to Mab, that he didn't want to be nothing. That the fear of insignificance was worse than the fear of death. Showed him Dumbledore, broken and bleeding on the astronomy tower, confessing his failures. The old man's tears. The old man's desperate, late-blooming honesty. The mercy that had cost more than any curse Harry had ever cast. This is what you could have had, Harry said. This is what you could have chosen. Every step of the way, there was another path. A path that led to connection instead of isolation. To love instead of fear. To peace instead of destruction. You didn't have to be this. You chose to be this. And you can still choose differently. The graveyard shattered. Voldemort screamed. Not the cold, calculated scream of a Dark Lord asserting dominance. Something else. Something raw and wounded and terribly, terribly human. The Chaos Shard flared in his hand, anti-light blazing, and Harry felt the Horcruxes breaking, 1, 2, all of them, the anchors of Tom Riddle's mutilated soul cracking under the strain of a truth that could not be denied. You did this to me, Voldemort snarled, but his voice was breaking. This is your fault, no. I'm just showing you what you already know. You're not afraid of death, Tom. You've never been afraid of death. You're afraid of insignificance. You're afraid that you don't matter. That all your power and all your knowledge and all your terrible sacrifices still won't make you important. And that fear is eating you alive. Stop. You can stop it. Right now. Let go of the shard. Let go of the fear. Accept that you're just a person, flawed and broken and scared, like everyone else. And maybe find some peace in that. Voldemort stared at him. The Chaos Shard burned in his hand. The mindscape around them was collapsing, the layers of memory and nightmare folding into each other, reality and unreality bleeding together. And in Voldemort's red eyes, Harry saw the choice being made. It was the wrong choice. No. The word was a shriek, a detonation, a final, desperate rejection of everything Harry had offered. Voldemort raised the Chaos Shard, and the anti-light consumed him. Not metaphorically. Literally. His body disintegrated. His consciousness shattered. The last fragments of his soul, the pieces he had scattered into Horcruxes and hidden in the dark corners of the world, drew together for one final, terrible moment of unity. And then they dissolved. The Chaos Shard fell to the ground of the mindscape, pulsing with stolen power, glowing with the absorbed essence of the most feared Dark Lord in a century. Voldemort was gone. Not killed. Not defeated. Erased. The choice he had made, the refusal to let go, the insistence on power over peace, had unmade him entirely. Harry stood alone in the collapsing mindscape, the Chaos Shard at his feet, and felt nothing. No. Not nothing. Something worse than nothing. He felt relief. The part of him that had been bound to Voldemort since infancy, the scar, the prophecies, the terrible intimacy of their connection, was gone. The space where it had been was quiet and empty and so peaceful. And he hated himself for feeling that peace. Hated that a man's destruction, even a monster's destruction, could feel like freedom. "That's the hardest part," said a voice behind him. "Isn't it? Not the guilt. The absence of guilt." Harry turned. Dumbledore stood in a mindscape, but he was not the broken, bleeding figure from the astronomy tower. He was young. Or at least younger, middle-aged, perhaps, his auburn hair just beginning to gray, his blue eyes bright with a clarity that the older Dumbledore had always hidden behind twinkling masks. "You're not really here," Harry said. "No. I am still on the tower, dying. But part of me, the part that has been connected to you through the Emrys frequency since the moment you were born, is able to reach you here, in this space that is neither fully mind nor fully reality." The younger Dumbledore smiled, and it was a sad smile. "You did something remarkable, Harry. You offered him peace. You offered him mercy. It was the bravest thing you have ever done. It didn't work. It worked exactly as it was meant to. He made his choice. That was the point. The mercy was real, but the choice was his. No one can be saved who does not wish to be saved." Dumbledore walked toward Harry, his footsteps leaving ripples in the dissolving mindscape. "But you have another choice to make now. The Chaos Shard remains. And the binding between worlds is still failing. Voldemort's destruction has bought you time, the Shard has absorbed his power, and its influence is momentarily stabilized, but the fissure continues to widen. The forgotten continue to pour through. Your friends are still standing in a circle on the battlefield, holding the line, waiting for you to return. The ritual. The new covenant. Yes. The circle of 7 you formed, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Snape, and yourself, it has already begun to channel the Emrys power. The old tongue glyphs are writing themselves across the grounds of Hogwarts. The barrier between worlds is beginning to respond. But the ritual requires a focus. An anchor that exists in both worlds simultaneously. The Chaos Shard can serve that purpose, if you are willing to use it." Harry looked at the shard. It lay on the ground of the dissolving mindscape, pulsing with anti-light, radiating a power that made the Emrys fire flicker in response. It was dangerous. It was corrupt. It was the reason Voldemort had been consumed. But it was also a tool. A fragment of the void that existed before creation. The raw potential from which everything, light and darkness, order and chaos, life and death, had been born. In the right hands, it could be used to remake the binding. To forge the new covenant. To build a bridge instead of a prison. What do I have to do? Take the shard. Return to the circle. Complete the ritual. Dumbledore paused. But there is one more thing you must know. The ritual of 7 requires a 7th anchor. A 7th soul to complete the binding. You have 6, your friends, standing with you on the battlefield. But the 7th, Snape. He volunteered. He's the 7th. Severus is a brave man, and his love for your mother has driven him to extraordinary acts. But he is not the 7th anchor the ritual needs. Dumbledore's expression was gentle, unbearably gentle. The ritual requires a soul that has already begun to cross the barrier between worlds. A soul that has 1 foot in the mortal realm and 1 foot in the other world. Severus, for all his courage, is still firmly anchored to life. Harry stared at him. The mindscape was collapsing faster now. The graveyard. The cupboard. The Department of Mysteries. All of it was folding inward, the layers of memory and nightmare compressing toward a single point of light. You, Harry said. You're the 7th anchor. I am dying, Harry. The wounds I sustained in the battle are beyond even Fawkes's flames to heal. My body lies on the astronomy tower, and my spirit is already beginning to slip the bonds of flesh. I can serve as the bridge. The 7th soul that completes the circle. My final act can be the redemption I have sought for so long. I don't want you to die. I know. But this is not a tragedy, my dear boy. This is a gift. I have spent more than a century trying to control the world, trying to shape it, to protect it, to force it into patterns that made sense to me. I have made terrible mistakes. I have hurt people I loved. I have kept secrets that should never have been kept. Dumbledore reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was warm. Solid. Real, despite everything. Let me make amends. Let me give my last act meaning. Not as the master of a grand design. As the seventh member of your circle. As someone who loves you. Harry felt the tears on his face before he realized he was crying. The Emrys fire blazed, and it was grief, and it was love, and it was the terrible, beautiful weight of letting go. All right, he whispered. All right. Dumbledore smiled, and the mindscape dissolved, and Harry was back on the battlefield. The circle was still holding. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Snape, they stood exactly where they had been, their wands raised, their faces pale with strain. The Emrys' power flowed through them in golden waves, and the glyphs of the old tongue blazed across the Hogwarts grounds, spiraling outward in patterns that were rewriting the fabric of reality. But the battle was not over. The Forgotten were still coming. The Death Eaters, leaderless but desperate, were still fighting. The Order was still holding the line near the castle walls, but the line was bending. And the fissure in the sky, the wound where Avalon bled into the otherworld, was still widening. Harry looked down. In his hand, solid and real and pulsing with primordial power, was the Chaos Shard. Harry. Hermione's voice was sharp with relief and terror. You're back. What happened? Where's Voldemort? Gone. He made his choice. Harry stepped into the center of the circle. We need to finish the ritual. The Chaos Shard will serve as the focus. But the seventh anchor, we need Dumbledore. Snape's head snapped toward him. Dumbledore is dying. I know. He's going to be the bridge. The soul that crosses between worlds. It's the only way to complete the binding. For a long moment, Snape simply stared at him. Those black eyes, usually so unreadable, were full of something Harry had never seen there before. Grief, maybe. Or understanding. Or the exhaustion of a man who had spent 20 years doing impossible things for the memory of a woman who had never loved him. Then let him do this, Snape said quietly. Let him finally do something worthy of the trust she placed in him. Harry raised the Chaos Shard. The Emrys' fire blazed up his arm, through his chest, out through every pore of his skin. The 6 anchors of the circle responded, their own magic rising to meet his, their souls reaching out across the barrier between worlds to complete the pattern. And on the astronomy tower, far above the battlefield, a 7th soul answered. Dumbledore's presence entered the circle not as a body but as a light. Golden and warm, like the first sunrise after a long night. Harry felt him there, felt his love, his regret, his desperate hope that this final act could undo some small portion of the harm his life had caused. Fawkes soared up from the tower, wreathed in flames, and his song filled the battlefield with a melody that was older than Hogwarts, older than the city, older than the old tongue itself. The circle was complete. The ritual was ready. Everyone hold on, Harry said. This is going to be rough. He thrust the Chaos Shard into the center of the circle and let the Emrys' fire take him. The binding did not want to be remade. Harry felt at the moment the ritual touched the ancient magic that Merlin had woven 1,000 years ago. The old binding was a prison, and prisons do not surrender their prisoners easily. Walls of sacrifice and sorrow pressed back against his will. Echoes of the 6 wizards who had given their lives alongside Merlin screamed in voices that were not voices, pleading with him to stop, to let them rest, to not disturb the eternal sleep they had earned with their blood. But Harry had passed the trials. He had embraced his shadow. He had spoken his truth. He had chosen mercy. And he knew, with the certainty that came from the Emrys fire itself, that the old binding was not a mercy. It was a failure. A desperate, brilliant, tragic failure that had bought time but not peace. "Let them go," Harry said, and his voice rang across the layers of reality. "Let them rest. The prison is over. The covenant is changing." The old binding fought him. Glyphs of the old tongue blazed across the sky, and Harry read them as easily as if they had been written in English. They were binding glyphs. Prison glyphs. Glyphs of sacrifice and separation and the terrible cost of holding back the tide. And beneath them, stretching into the void between worlds, were the souls of the 6 wizards who had died with Merlin, still bound to their duty, still guarding the barrier, still awake and aware and aching after 1,000 years of vigil. "You don't have to do this anymore," Harry told them. "You can go. You can find whatever comes next. The debt is forgiven. The prison is opening. Let me take it from here." One by one, the 6 souls released their grip. Not because they were defeated. Because they were offered peace, and they chose to accept it. Harry felt them pass through him, 6 brilliant flares of gratitude and exhaustion and release, and then they were gone, and the old binding was crumbling, and the new covenant was waiting to be born. "Now," Harry said to the 6 anchors around him. "Pour everything you have into the circle. Everything. Don't hold back." Ron's magic hit him like a wall of stubborn, unshakable loyalty. The magic of a boy who had stood by his friend through basilisks and werewolves and dragon hatchlings and Death Eaters, who had never once wavered even when the whole world said he should. Hermione's magic was fierce and brilliant, the power of a mind that refused to accept impossibility, that had researched and planned and calculated every variable of this ritual even as she stood in the circle. Ginny's magic burned like a bonfire, protective and passionate, the strength of someone who had faced Voldemort's memory at 11 years old and come out fighting. Neville's magic was steady, grounded, the quiet courage of a boy who had spent 5 years being underestimated and had finally discovered what he was capable of. Luna's magic was strange and beautiful, full of truths that didn't fit inside normal logic, the perspective of someone who had always seen the world differently and had never apologized for it. And Snape's magic was guilt and love and grief and the desperate, unrequited devotion that had defined his entire adult life. It was the memory of Lily Evans, green eyes and red hair and a kindness that had briefly, impossibly, reached a boy who had never known kindness. It was the apology he could never give. The amends he could never make. The love that had curdled into bitterness because he had never learned how to let it heal. 7 magics, 6 anchors and a focus, pouring into the chaos shard at the center of the circle. And then Dumbledore's magic, the 7th anchor, the bridge between worlds. His presence flooded the ritual with centuries of accumulated wisdom, with the weight of a lifetime of mistakes and the desperate hope of redemption, with the love he had never been able to express without also trying to control. The chaos shard blazed. The anti-light inverted. What had been a fragment of destruction became a seed of creation. The new covenant was born. It did not manifest as walls. It did not manifest as chains. It manifested as threads, golden threads of light that spiraled out from the circle of 7, weaving themselves through the fabric of reality. Each thread was a rule. A condition. A term of the treaty that Harry had proposed to Mab in the Court of Air and Darkness. The Sidhe could enter the mortal realm, but only in balance. Joy and sorrow, creation and decay, summer and winter, each court had its place, its season, its limits. The mortal realm would be changed by their presence, but not consumed. The otherworld would be nourished by the connection, no longer sterile, no longer stagnant. And the forgotten, the ancient horrors that even the Sidhe feared, were bound again. Not in a prison of sacrifice. In a web of law. The new covenant recognized their existence, acknowledged their power, and set terms that even they could not break. They would sleep. They would dream. They would not wake until the end of all things, and the end of all things was no longer rushing toward the world on a tide of chaos. The fissure in the sky began to close. The crystalline landscape of the forbidden forest began to fade. The forgotten that had poured through the barrier began to dissolve, their forms unraveling into shadow and mist, pulled back into the deep places where they belonged. And Harry felt the weight of 1,000 years of sacrifice settle onto his shoulders, not as a burden, but as a mantle. The Emrys heir. The keeper of the covenant. The bridge between worlds. No, he said aloud. Not just me. Us. He reached out through the golden threads and pulled. Not commanding. Offering. 6 anchors accepted the offer. Their souls touched the covenant, and the covenant touched them, and the circle of 7 became something new. Something permanent. Something that would outlast their individual lives and pass to new bearers when the time came. Ron gasped. Hermione staggered. Ginny let out a sound that was half laugh and half sob. Neville's eyes went wide. Luna smiled. Snape's face went utterly still, as if he was seeing something he had never expected to see. And Dumbledore's presence in the circle flared bright and warm, and then it began to fade. Thank you, Harry, the old wizard's voice whispered. For everything. No. Thank you. For finally trusting me. The 7th anchor dissolved into light, and the light rose up through the threads of the covenant, and Fawkes the Phoenix soared into the sky and vanished in a burst of flame. The ritual was complete. The new covenant was sealed. And Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his age, was gone. The battlefield went silent. The Death Eaters had fled or fallen. The forgotten had dissolved. The forbidden forest was just a forest again, damaged, burning in places, but still a forest. The sky was grey with dawn, the stars fading, the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon. The castle of Hogwarts stood behind them, scarred but still standing, its wards humming with a strength they had not possessed in centuries. Harry lowered the Chaos Shard. It was no longer pulsing with anti-light. It was clear now, crystalline, filled with a soft golden glow. A seed. A promise. He tucked it into his robes. Is it over? Ron asked. His voice was hoarse. It's over. For now. Harry looked at the 6 remaining anchors of the circle. They were all marked now, subtle glyphs of the old tongue traced across their skin, barely visible, glowing faintly in the dawn light. The covenant will hold as long as we do. We're connected to it now. All of us. Connected how? Hermione was already examining the glyph on her forearm with the intense focus she usually reserved for ancient texts. What exactly did we just agree to? We agreed to be the first circle of the new covenant. The bridge between worlds. When we die, a long time from now, the connection will pass to new bearers. But for now, we're the ones who maintain the balance. Who negotiate with the courts. Who make sure the treaty holds. So we're diplomats? Neville asked. We're guardians. Peacekeepers. Ambassadors. Harry managed a tired smile. It's not the career path I expected, but it beats dying at 16. Luna touched her glyph, which was pulsing with a soft silver light. The Raxperts are very proud of us. They're singing a song about new beginnings. That's nice, Luna. Ron was staring at his own glyph with an expression of profound bewilderment. Mum is going to kill me. First Fred nearly dies, now I've got a magical tattoo that connects me to fairy courts. She won't kill you, Ginny said. She'll just be disappointed. Which is worse? Snape was silent. He was looking at his own glyph, a dark mark transformed, the skull replaced by a 7-pointed star, the snake coiled not in threat but in protection. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough. Does this mean I still have to teach potions? Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The sound startled him, bright and unexpected in the grey morning air. I think you can do whatever you want. You've earned it. Snape's dark eyes met his. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Snape inclined his head, the slightest nod, barely perceptible, and turned away. "I will check on the wounded," he said, and limped back toward the castle. The others followed slowly. Ron was leaning on Hermione, his injured leg finally giving out. Neville was walking beside Luna, their shoulders almost touching. Ginny stayed beside Harry, her presence a steady warmth at his side. "What about the debt?" she asked quietly. "The one Merlin owed to Mab. The true name she still holds. We'll negotiate. That's what the covenant is for. The debt doesn't expire, it transforms. Mab will want terms. We'll give her terms. Fair ones. Ones that benefit both worlds. And if she doesn't accept, she will. She's been waiting 1,000 years for a solution that didn't involve slavery or destruction. I'm offering her something new. Something that gives the city what they want without taking away what the mortal world needs." Harry looked toward the forbidden forest, where the crystalline landscape had faded but a faint shimmer still lingered in the air. "She's watching, I think. Waiting to see what we do. Then let's give her a good show." They walked back to Hogwarts together. The castle's doors were open, light spilling out into the grey dawn. House elves were still working, clearing debris and healing damage. Students were emerging from the Chamber of Secrets and the Hufflepuff common room, blinking in the unfamiliar peace. The wounded were being tended. The dead were being mourned. And in the center of the great hall, where the house tables had been pushed aside and the enchantment on the ceiling was slowly repairing itself, the survivors were gathering. The Weasleys, all of them, clustered around Fred's cot. Professor McGonagall, her tartan hat askew, directing the restoration efforts with the same iron authority she had always used in Transfiguration. Hagrid, tears streaming into his beard, carrying 3 wounded students at once toward the hospital wing. Remus and Tonks, their hands intertwined, their faces lined with exhaustion and relief. Harry stopped at the entrance to the hall. The others stopped with him. "We should go in," Hermione said. "In a minute." Harry watched the scene before him, the grief, the relief, the chaos, the love, all of it tangled together in the ancient stone hall that had been his first real home. "I just want to remember this." "Remember what?" "That it was worth it. Everything we lost. Everything we sacrificed. It was worth it." Ginny took his hand. Ron clapped his shoulder. Hermione wiped her eyes with her torn sleeve. Neville straightened his back. Luna hummed a song that no one recognized. And Harry Potter, the Emrys heir, the keeper of the new covenant, the boy who lived 10 times over, walked into the great hall surrounded by his circle and ready to begin the rest of his life. The dawn light followed him in. Chapter 5, The New Covenant. 3 days passed before Mab came to collect. Harry spent them in a blur of funerals, repairs, and the bone-deep exhaustion that follows a battle you weren't sure you'd survive. They buried Dumbledore on the grounds of Hogwarts, not in a white tomb but beneath an oak tree near the lake where he had always liked to walk. Fawkes did not attend the ceremony. The Phoenix had vanished in that final burst of flame on the astronomy tower, and no one knew if he would return. Harry hoped he had gone somewhere peaceful. Somewhere with warm perches and good company and no more wars to fight. The wizarding world was still reeling. The Ministry had collapsed during Voldemort's assault, its officials scattered or dead or in hiding. The Daily Prophet was running stories that veered between hysterical celebration and panicked speculation. No one quite understood what had happened on the Hogwarts grounds, how the Dementors had fled, how the Dark Lord had been destroyed, how the very fabric of the sky had seemed to tear open and then seal itself again. No one understood the golden threads that were now visible to the magically sensitive, thin filaments of light woven through the air like ley lines, connecting the mortal world to something deeper. Harry understood. He understood too well. The new covenant was stable. The threads were holding. But they were still new, still fragile, and the city courts were still waiting for their terms to be finalized. The debt Merlin had owed, the true name held by the Queen of Air and Darkness, was still outstanding. And Mab was not known for her patience. She came on the third morning, when the sun was just rising over the forbidden forest and the castle was still quiet with the hush of recovery. Harry felt her arrival before he saw it. The Emrys fire under his skin flared, and the golden threads of the Covenant vibrated like plucked harp strings. He was in Gryffindor Tower, sitting in the window seat where he had spent so many hours watching the forest and wondering what lay beyond it. Ron and Hermione were still asleep in their dormitories. Ginny was in the hospital wing, helping Pomfrey with the last of the wounded. Neville was in the greenhouses, coaxing damaged plants back to life. Luna was somewhere, no one ever quite knew where Luna was. He climbed out of the portrait hole and made his way down through the castle. The corridors were still scarred from the battle, but the house elves had worked miracles. The rubble had been cleared. The shattered windows had been replaced. The portraits were back in their frames, though many of them kept glancing nervously toward the forest, as if they could sense what was coming. The entrance doors were already open when Harry reached them. Minerva McGonagall stood in the doorway, her wand in her hand, her face tight with controlled alarm. "Potter. There's something at the edge of the forest." "I know. I felt her coming." "Her?" McGonagall's eyes widened. "You mean, Mab? Queen of Air and Darkness. She's here to negotiate." Harry stepped past her and walked out onto the grounds. "Don't worry, Professor. She's not going to attack. She's under guest right. Older laws than the ministries. I was not aware the city respected guest right. They respect power. And right now, I have enough of it to make them behave." He didn't wait for her response. He walked across the grounds toward the forbidden forest, and the Emrys fire blazed under his skin with every step. The golden threads of the Covenant sang around him, visible now to even the least sensitive of wizards, and he knew that behind him, the castle was waking up. Students were pressing their faces to windows. Professors were gathering in doorways. The whole of Hogwarts was watching. Mab was waiting at the edge of the forest, exactly where the tree line had once stood before the battle reshaped it. She was not alone. A retinue of Sidhe lords and ladies stood behind her, tall and pale and terrible, their forms shifting between beauty and nightmare. The unseelie court in all its frozen glory. But Mab herself was still the most striking figure among them, her shadow gown rippling with captured starlight, her eyes pools of frozen fire. "Emrys child," she said, and her voice carried across the grounds like the ringing of a crystal bell. "I have come to collect the debt." "I figured you would." Harry stopped a few paces from her. "You could have come sooner. The battle ended 3 days ago. I wish to give you time to bury your dead. I am not without courtesy." "Courtesy. Right." Harry took a breath. The Emrys fire was steady now, warm but not consuming. The trials had taught him control. The Covenant had taught him patience. "All right. Let's talk about the debt. Here. Before your assembled school. You're the one who showed up at dawn with an entourage. If you wanted privacy, you should have sent a message." Mab's lips curved. It was almost a smile. "Almost. You have grown bolder since your trials." "I've grown a lot of things." Harry met her frozen gaze. "The dead is 1,000 years old. Merlin gave you his true name as surety. But Merlin's dead, and I'm not him. The name you hold doesn't control me. We both know that, or you would have used it already. The name gives me a connection to the Emrys' inheritance. A thread of influence. It is not control, but it is leverage. Do not pretend otherwise." "I'm not pretending anything. I'm acknowledging that you have leverage, and I have leverage, and we both have reasons to negotiate." Harry gestured at the golden threads that surrounded them. "The new covenant is in place. The old binding is gone. The forgotten are sealed away behind a web of law instead of a prison of sacrifice. You felt it happen. You felt the souls of the 6 wizards who died with Merlin finally rest. I felt it. Mab's voice was quiet. I felt many things. The old binding was a wound in the fabric of the otherworld. Its removal is a relief. Then you know I'm serious about finding a solution that works for both sides. I'm not trying to trap you again. I'm not trying to destroy you. I want to negotiate terms. Terms. Mab tilted her head. You speak of terms as if you are in a position to offer them. I'm not offering. I'm proposing. There's a difference. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew the Chaos Shard. It was no longer pulsing with anti-light. The crystal was clear now, filled with a soft golden glow that matched the threads of the covenant. This is the focus we use to forge the new binding. It contains the essence of the ritual. It also contains, he paused. It contains what's left of Voldemort's power. Not his soul. That's gone. But his magical essence. His knowledge. His connection to the dark magic he spent a lifetime accumulating. Mab's eyes fixed on the shard. You are offering me the shard. I'm offering you a trade. The shard for Merlin's true name. A clean exchange. The debt resolved. The surety returned. You would give up a fragment of primordial creation for a name that doesn't even control you? I would give it up because it's too dangerous to keep. The Chaos Shard is raw potential. Creation and destruction in equal measure. If I keep it, someone will try to take it. If I hide it, someone will find it. If I destroy it, Harry shook his head. I'm not sure I can destroy it. And I'm not sure I should. But I know I don't want it in the mortal world. It belongs somewhere it can be guarded by beings powerful enough to protect it and wise enough to respect it. You want me to take it into the other world. I want you to accept it as payment for the debt. It's more valuable than a name. It's a piece of the void from which everything was born. Your court could study it. Learn from it. Use its power to nourish the connection between our worlds. And Harry closed his fingers around the shard. I want Merlin's name back. Not because I need it. Because it's time. The old wizard has been your hostage for 1,000 years. Let him rest. The silence that followed was deeper than any Harry had experienced since his trials. The city lords and ladies stood motionless, their alien eyes fixed on their queen. The castle behind Harry held its breath. Even the golden threads of the covenant seemed to pause in their endless spiraling. You are remarkable, Mab said at last. You hold in your hand a fragment of the power that existed before light and darkness learned to divide themselves. You could use it to reshape the world. To make yourself immortal. To become a god in truth if not in name. And you are offering it to me in exchange for a name that has no power over you. I'm not interested in being a god. I've seen what godhood does to people. Tom Riddle wanted to be a god, and it destroyed him. Merlin wanted to protect the world, and it cost him his life. I want something different. What do you want? Harry thought about the question. It was the same question Mab had asked him during the trials, in different forms. The same question he had been asking himself since the moment the Emrys' power awakened in Snape's dungeon. I want to go home, he said. I want to finish my education. I want to play Quidditch and eat too much at Christmas and argue with Hermione about homework. I want to watch Ron and Ginny and Neville and Luna live their lives without the weight of a prophecy hanging over their heads. I want to be Harry Potter, not the boy who lived, not the Emrys' heir, not the keeper of the covenant. Just Harry. He met Mab's gaze. I'll never be just Harry again. I know that. The covenant is permanent. The circle of 7 is bound to me for life. But I want as much of a normal life as I can get. And that means not having a chaos shard in my pocket for the next Dark Lord to covet. Mab was silent for a long moment. Then she laughed. It was not the cold, mocking laughter of their first encounter. It was not the bitter laughter of the hollow hill. It was something else entirely. Something warm and surprised and almost human. You are the first Emrys bearer in history to reject apotheosis, she said. Every other heir, from the first to Merlin himself, sought to transcend their mortality. To become more than human. You alone have looked at the power you carry and chosen to remain small. Small isn't the same as weak. And human isn't the same as powerless. Harry extended his hand, the chaos shard gleaming in his palm. Do we have a deal? Mab reached out and took the shard. Her frozen fingers brushed Harry's palm, and the cold was intense enough to burn, but the Emrys fire rose to meet it, and the two forces balanced each other. The city lords and ladies stirred, their whispers running through the dawn air like wine through frozen branches. The debt is paid, Mab said. The surety is returned. I release the name of Merlin Emrys from my keeping, and I acknowledge the new covenant as binding between the courts and the mortal realm. She raised her other hand, and a sphere of ice formed above her palm. Within it, Harry could see letters of the old tongue, glyphs that spelled out a name that was not a name, a word that was not a word, an identity that had been held hostage for 1,000 years. The sphere cracked. The name dissolved. And Harry felt something release. Not in him. In the world. A tension that had been wound into the fabric of reality for a millennium finally unwinding. Merlin's name was free. The old wizard's echo, wherever it was, could finally rest. Thank you, Harry said. Do not thank me. It was a fair trade. The chaos shard is worth more than any name. Mab tucked the crystal into the folds of her shadow gown. But there is one more matter to address. The terms of the covenant itself. You have proposed that the courts be allowed access to the mortal realm under specific conditions. I agree in principle. Now we must agree in detail. Can we do that over breakfast? I'm starving, and the house elves make excellent porridge. Mab stared at him. The city lords and ladies stared at him. Somewhere behind him, Harry heard someone, it sounded like Ron, let out a strangled laugh. Did you just invite the Queen of Air and Darkness to breakfast? Hermione's voice hissed from a nearby window. She's a guest, Harry said, not taking his eyes off Mab. Guests get breakfast. Mab's expression flickered. For just an instant, Harry saw something that might have been genuine amusement. You are either the bravest Emrys heir in history or the most foolish. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Ask anyone who knows me. It is true, Luna said, drifting out of the castle entrance as if she had been summoned. Harry once fought a basilisk with a sword. He's very brave and very foolish. The Raxperts find him fascinating. Mab looked at Luna. Luna looked at Mab. Something passed between them, some recognition that Harry didn't quite understand. Then Mab inclined her head, a gesture that might almost have been respect. Very well. We will break bread in your hall. The negotiation will continue over porridge. She turned to her retinue. Wait here. The mortal castle is not yet prepared for a full city delegation. The lords and ladies of the unseelie court bowed, graceful, in human movements that made Harry's eyes ache, and faded back into the forbidden forest. Mab walked toward the castle, and Harry walked beside her. Behind them, McGonagall made a sound that was somewhere between a protest and a prayer. Potter, you cannot simply invite the Queen of Air and Darkness to, it's fine, Professor. She's under guest right. And I think she's actually starting to like me. The day I like a mortal is the day the sun falls into the sea, Mab said coolly. See? She's warming up already. The great hall was nearly empty when they entered. The house elves, sensing the presence of something ancient and powerful, had retreated to their quarters. The few students who had been eating breakfast scattered like startled birds, their plates abandoned. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a peaceful blue sky, flickered and shifted, the clouds parting to reveal a vision of stars. Mab looked up at the ceiling. A clever enchantment. Your castle builders understood that the sky is always watching. They understood a lot of things. Most of which we've forgotten. Harry led her to the staff table, which was empty. McGonagall had followed them in, along with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, and a handful of other students who were too curious or too loyal to flee. Sit wherever you want. The porridge will be here in a minute. You did not ask the house elves to prepare porridge. They know I like porridge. They'll bring it. As if on cue, a tureen of porridge materialized on the table, along with bowls, spoons, and a pitcher of cream. Mab looked at the food with an expression that was difficult to read. I have not eaten mortal food in 1,000 years. It's good porridge. Not magical or anything. Just oats and cream and maybe some honey if you ask nicely. Harry served himself a bowl and began to eat. After a moment, Mab sat down at the table and allowed him to serve her as well. She did not eat, not yet, but she held the bowl in her hands, and the steam from the porridge mingled with the cold that radiated from her skin. Tell me the terms you propose, she said. Harry set down his spoon. He had spent 3 days thinking about this. 3 days discussing it with Hermione, arguing about it with Ron, refining it with the rest of the circle. The terms of the new covenant had to be fair. They had to be enforceable. They had to give the city what they needed without allowing them to consume what the mortal world needed. The courts can enter the mortal realm during specific seasons, he said. Summer for the Seelie court. Winter for the unseelie. Spring and autumn are transition periods, shared ground where both courts can exist but neither can dominate. That gives the Seelie court primacy in warmth and growth. My court prefers the cold and the darkness. I know. That's why the unseelie get winter. Not just winter, the whole season. 3 months of darkness and cold and all the things your court loves. The Seelie get summer. It balances. What of the equinoxes? Joint sovereignty. Both courts present, both courts bound by the same rules. No warfare. No predation. Just, coexistence. Mab's expression shifted. You are proposing a calendar of presence. A cycle that binds us to the mortal year. I'm proposing a rhythm. The thing your world has been missing for 1,000 years. The other world is beautiful, but it doesn't change. It doesn't grow. It's been stagnant for a millennium, and that stagnation is what drove parts of your court mad. This, Harry gestured at the golden threads of the covenant that were now visible throughout the Great Hall. This gives you change. Seasons. Cycles. The mortal world's greatest gift is that it's never the same twice. I'm offering you a share in that. Mab was silent. The porridge steamed in her bowl. The enchanted ceiling wheeled with stars. There are other conditions, she said. Of course. The courts abide by mortal laws when they're in the mortal realm. They don't hunt humans. They don't steal children. They don't make bargains that trap people in the other world against their will. The old rules about fair dealing still apply, but the old tricks, the glamours, the illusions, the loopholes, those are forbidden. You would strip us of our nature. I would ask you to adapt your nature to a world that isn't yours. Just like I've had to adapt to a world that isn't entirely human anymore. Harry touched his chest, where the Emrys fire burned. I'm not asking you to become human. I'm asking you to coexist with humanity. To treat us as equals instead of prey. And if we refuse these terms? Harry met her frozen gaze. Then the covenant holds you back. Not in a prison, the old binding is gone, and I won't rebuild it. But the golden threads will keep the barrier between our worlds intact. You'll be free in the other world, but you won't have access to the mortal realm. The stagnation continues. The madness continues. The forgotten stay sealed away, and you stay trapped in your beautiful, sterile eternity. You would condemn us to isolation. I would give you a choice. That's more than Merlin ever did. He built a prison because he was afraid. I'm offering you a treaty because I believe we can find a middle ground. But the middle ground has to work for both sides. These terms, the seasons, the laws, the limits, they're my bottom line. If you can't accept them, then there's no deal. The silence stretched. The other members of the circle had gathered around the table, Ron and Hermione on one side, Ginny and Neville and Luna on the other. Snape stood in the shadows near the door, his dark eyes fixed on the Queen of Air and Darkness. McGonagall had her wand in her hand, though she seemed unsure whether she was preparing to defend the castle or simply witnessing history. Mab lifted her bowl of porridge and took a bite. "It is good porridge," she said. "Your house elves are skilled. Does that mean you accept?" "It means I am considering." She set down the spoon. "The terms you propose are not unreasonable. They give my court more than we have had in 1,000 years, the mortal winter is a realm of darkness and cold that we have long coveted. But there is one condition I must add." "What condition?" "A liaison. A representative of the mortal world who will reside in my court for one cycle of the moon each year. Not as a hostage. As an ambassador. Someone who can speak for your world and listen for mine. Someone who carries the Emrys frequency and can enforce the terms of the covenant if they are broken." Harry felt the circle shift around him. Ron's hand went to his wand. Hermione's eyes narrowed with calculation. Ginny took a step closer to Harry, her presence a steady warmth at his side. "You want me to spend a month each year in the otherworld? I want the Emrys heir to honor the covenant with his presence. Is that so great a price? You have already passed the trials. You have already walked the hollow hill. The otherworld knows you. And you," Mab's frozen eyes flickered. "You know yourself, which is more than most mortals ever achieve. A month. In winter. During the unseelie season, yes. The Seelie court will negotiate their own terms with you, I expect. Titania is less patient than I am, though she hides it better." Harry thought about it. A month each year in the Court of Air and Darkness. Away from Hogwarts. Away from his friends. Away from the mortal world that he had fought so hard to protect. It was not the sacrifice Merlin had made, it was not death or imprisonment, but it was a cost. A commitment. A piece of his life given over to the covenant. But the alternative was worse. The alternative was a fragile treaty without the trust to sustain it. The alternative was another 1,000 years of suspicion and fear, and eventually, another war. "All right," Harry said. 1 month a year. But I get to bring guests. Friends. Members of my circle. The covenant was forged by 7 of us, not just me. If I'm going to be an ambassador, I'm going to have a team." Mab smiled. It was still a cold expression, but there was something new in it. Something that might have been approval. "Agreed. You will be the first mortal ambassador to the Court of Air and Darkness since Merlin himself. Let us hope you prove more satisfactory than your predecessor. Merlin bound you in a prison. I'm offering you freedom. I'd say that's already more satisfactory." Mab rose from the table. Her shadow gown rippled, and the temperature in the great hall dropped. "The covenant is sealed. The terms are accepted. My court will honor the new treaty, as I trust your circle will honor it in return. We will. Then I take my leave. The Chaos Shard will be secured in the heart of the otherworld, where it can do no harm to either realm. The mortal winter will begin in 2 months' time. I expect you to present yourself at my court on the first day of the season. I'll be there." Mab turned to go. But at the entrance to the great hall, she paused. She looked back over her shoulder at Harry, and her frozen eyes held something that might almost have been warmth. "You asked me once what the Cid he truly wanted," she said. "I did not answer. I will answer now. We wanted to be seen. Not as monsters. Not as gods. Not as the others whose existence threatens your fragile mortal understanding. We wanted to be seen as what we are, different, yes. Dangerous, certainly. But real. As real as you are. As deserving of existence. I know, Harry said. That's what I've wanted too. To be seen as myself. Not as a symbol or a prophecy or a scar on a forehead. Just Harry. Just Harry. Mab tasted the words. You are more than that, Emrys child. But perhaps more does not mean less human. Perhaps it never has. She inclined her head, the slightest bow, barely perceptible. Until winter, just Harry. She walked out of the great hall, and the doors closed behind her, and the temperature in the castle began to rise. Ron let out a breath that was half laugh and half sob. Did that just happen? Did you just negotiate a treaty with the Queen of the Fairies over porridge? She's not a fairy. She's a Sidhi queen. There's a difference. There's absolutely no difference, and you know it. Ron sank into a chair and grabbed the tureen of porridge. I need breakfast. A lot of breakfast. I just watched my best friend invite an ancient immortal being to brunch and somehow not die. Hermione sat down beside him, her expression thoughtful. The terms are solid. Better than I expected, honestly. The seasonal shifts mean the Sidhi presence will be predictable. The restrictions on hunting and bargaining give the ministry a legal framework to work with, if there ever is a ministry again. There will be, Neville said. Kingsley Shacklebolt is already organizing the interim government. He sent an owl this morning asking for Harry's input on the new Wizengamot. Of course he did. Harry rubbed his eyes. Everyone wants the chosen one's opinion. You're not the chosen one anymore, Ginny said quietly. You're the Emrys heir. The keeper of the covenant. The ambassador to the Unseelie court. You've got a whole new set of titles. Fantastic. I always wanted more titles. She punched his arm. Not hard. Shut up. You know what I mean. You're not just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. You're Harry Potter, the wizard who ended a war and brokered a peace that will last 1,000 years. That's not a prophecy. That's something you did. Harry looked at her. At the fire in her eyes, the stubborn set of her jaw, the way she refused to let him deflect or diminish what he had accomplished. She had been like that since the moment she stopped being Ron's little sister and became someone he couldn't imagine living without. You helped, he said. All of you helped. The circle saved the world. Not just me. We know, Hermione said. But you're the one who led us. You're the one who walked into the other world and faced the trials. You're the one who offered Voldemort mercy and had the courage to let him refuse. You're the one who negotiated with Mab while eating porridge. That was you, Harry. All of it. Harry looked around the table at his circle. Ron, who had been his first friend and had never stopped being his best one. Hermione, whose brilliance had saved them more times than he could count. Ginny, fierce and loyal and unshakable. Neville, who had grown from a frightened boy into someone capable of standing against the darkness. Luna, whose strange wisdom had been a light in the darkest moments. And Snape, still lurking in the shadows, still refusing to admit that he might actually care about any of them. Thank you, Harry said. All of you. For everything. Don't get sappy, Ron said around a mouthful of porridge. It's too early for sappy. It's nearly noon. Still too early. Luna poured herself a bowl of porridge and added a sprinkle of something that looked suspiciously like powdered moonstone. The Raxperts are very happy, she said. They're throwing a celebration in the 7th dimension. We're all invited, but we can't go because we don't have the right shoes. That's nice, Luna. I thought so. The castle began to fill around them. Students emerged from their common rooms. Professors returned to their duties. The house elves crept back to the kitchens. The war was over. The treaty was signed. The new covenant was in place. And Harry Potter, the Emrys heir, the keeper of the covenant, the boy who lived 10 times over, finished his breakfast and went to find a quiet place to sleep for about a week. The next month passed in a haze of reconstruction. The ministry was rebuilt, not in the same form, but something new. Kingsley Shacklebolt became the interim minister for magic, and his first act was to establish a formal liaison office between the mortal world and the city courts. Hermione was offered a position, which she accepted with an enthusiasm that made Ron groan and Ginny laugh. The office's first task was to codify the terms of the covenant into wizarding law, which meant Hermione spent most of her days buried in ancient texts and legal precedents, emerging only for meals and the occasional rant about bureaucratic inefficiency. Ron was recruited by the Aura department, which was being restructured under new leadership now that the Death Eaters had been routed. His experience in the battle and his connection to the Circle made him a natural choice, though he still complained about the paperwork. Ginny returned to Hogwarts for her 6th year, but she spent her weekends at the ministry, learning everything she could about magical law. She had decided that the wizarding world needed more women in positions of power, and Hermione had agreed so vehemently that the two of them had spent an entire evening plotting Ginny's political career. Neville took over the greenhouse at Hogwarts. Professor Sprout had been badly injured in the battle, and while she was recovering, Neville proved himself more than capable of managing the magical plants that grew in the school's enchanted soil. He had a gift for it, a quiet, steady competence that made even the most temperamental venomous tentacula behave. Luna became the Hogwarts correspondent for the Quibbler, which her father had expanded into a legitimate newspaper following the ministry's collapse. Her articles were strange and beautiful and occasionally incomprehensible, but they always contained a kernel of truth that more conventional journalists missed. Xenophilius Lovegood was so proud of her that he printed her first article on the front page, above a headline that read, "Raxpert invasion averted, Luna Lovegood reports from Hogwarts." Snape resigned from Hogwarts. He gave no explanation, no farewell speech, no final address to the students he had terrorized for 15 years. He simply packed his belongings, left a detailed curriculum for his replacement, and walked out of the castle gates. Harry found him on the path to Hogsmeade, standing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, looking at something Harry couldn't see. "Where will you go?" Harry asked. "I have not decided. There is a small cottage in the Hebrides where my mother lived before she married my father. It has been empty for decades. Perhaps I will restore it." "Sounds lonely." "I prefer loneliness. It is quieter than company." Harry stood beside him. The Forbidden Forest rustled with the sounds of creatures that were still adjusting to the new balance between worlds. The golden threads of the Covenant spiraled through the trees, visible to anyone who knew how to look. "You know you're part of the Circle," Harry said. "You can't just disappear. The Covenant needs all 7 anchors. The Covenant will survive without my presence. I am not a diplomat or a negotiator. I am a potions master and a former spy. My value to the Circle is limited. Your value to the Circle is that you're part of it. You stood with us. You poured your magic into the ritual. You gave Dumbledore the chance to make amends." Harry paused. "You loved my mother. That love shaped your whole life. It made you do terrible things and brave things and things that no one will ever fully understand. But it also made you part of something bigger than yourself. The Covenant recognizes that. I recognize that." Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. "Your mother would have been proud of you. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Don't get used to it." Snape turned away from the forest. "I will return for the winter solstice. The Covenant requires a full circle for the ceremony that marks the unseelie season. Until then, I will be in the Hebrides. Do not send owls." "I won't." Snape walked away. Harry watched him go, a dark figure growing smaller on the road to Hogsmeade, until he disappeared around a bend in the path. Then he turned back toward the castle and found Ginny waiting for him at the gates. "How much of that did you hear?" "Enough to know that Snape's still a git, but maybe a slightly less terrible git than we thought." She fell into step beside him. "Mum old. She wants us at the Burrow for Christmas. She says if you don't come, she'll send a howler. Your mum terrifies me more than Mab does." "She should. She once hexed Fred so hard he couldn't speak in anything but limericks for a week." Ginny grinned. It was brilliant. They walked back into the castle together. Christmas at the Burrow was chaos, as always. The Weasley family had expanded to include Harry, Hermione, and a rotating cast of Order members who had nowhere else to go. Remus and Tonks brought their new baby, a boy named Teddy who had inherited his mother's metamorphomagus abilities and changed hair color every time he sneezed. Kingsley Shacklebolt came for Christmas dinner, still wearing his minister's robes, and spent the evening discussing treaty implementation with Hermione while Ron tried to convince him to loosen the regulations on experimental jinxes. Fred was doing better. The nightmare curse had left scars. He still woke screaming some nights, still had moments where his eyes went distant and he seemed to be somewhere else, but he was healing. George stayed close to him, finishing his sentences, making him laugh, refusing to let him sink into the darkness. The two of them were already planning to open Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in the spring, and their enthusiasm was infectious. Molly cooked enough food to feed an army, which was appropriate given that the gathering resembled one. Arthur spent most of the evening asking Harry increasingly detailed questions about the Otherworld, the Sidhe courts, and the mechanics of the Covenant. Harry answered as best he could, which wasn't very well. The Emrys' power was instinctive, not academic, and he had never been good at explaining things that felt natural to him. "It's like asking a fish to describe water," he said at one point. "The Covenant just is. I can feel it. I can use it. But I can't give you a textbook definition." "Fascinating," Arthur said. "Absolutely fascinating. I wonder if the Muggles have any theories about parallel dimensions that might map onto this phenomenon." "Dad, please don't start talking about Muggles again." Percy was attempting to organize the gift exchange according to a color-coded system, which no one was following. "We're trying to have a civilized Christmas." "There's nothing civilized about this family," Ginny said, "and that's why we love them." Harry sat back in his chair and looked around the crowded, noisy, chaotic room. The fire crackled in the hearth. The wireless played Christmas carols. The children, there were so many children now, cousins and nieces and nephews and friends, ran through the house in a constant stream of laughter and shrieking. This was what he had fought for. Not power. Not prophecy. Not the fate of the world. This. Family. Warmth. The simple, impossible gift of being loved. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Hermione said, handing him a package wrapped in gold paper. "Happy Christmas, Hermione." He unwrapped the gift. It was a book, of course it was a book, but it wasn't a textbook or a history or a treatise on magical law. It was a photo album. The first page showed him and Ron and Hermione at 11 years old, standing on the Hogwarts Express platform, grinning at the camera. The second page showed the three of them at 14, during the Triwizard Tournament. The third page showed them at 16, after the battle, standing in the ruins of the Great Hall with their arms around each other. There were photos of Ginny, of Neville, of Luna. Photos of Dumbledore with his arm around Harry's shoulder. Photos of Sirius, laughing, his face young and unlined. Photos of Harry's parents, taken from the album Hagrid had given him so many years ago. "I asked Colin Creevy's parents if I could have copies of his negatives," Hermione said quietly. "He took photographs right up until the end. There are more of them than I expected. I thought you should have them." Harry closed the album. His throat was tight. "Thank you. This is the best gift I've ever gotten. You deserve it. You deserve to remember the good parts too." He hugged her, and Ron joined in, and then Ginny, and then the whole Weasley family was piling onto the sofa in a tangle of arms and laughter and complaints about personal space. The photo album was passed from hand to hand, and everyone found someone they had lost, a friend, a family member, a moment of happiness preserved in silver and light. Harry looked at the photograph of his parents. They were dancing at their wedding, his mother's red hair flying, his father's glasses askew. They were so young. So happy. They had no idea what was coming. But they had chosen to love each other anyway. They had chosen to have a child. They had chosen to sacrifice everything for him. "Thank you," he whispered to the photograph. "For everything." The winter solstice arrived. Harry stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, surrounded by his circle. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Snape. The 7 anchors of the new covenant, gathered for the first time since the ritual. The golden threads of the covenant blazed around them, brighter than ever, pulsing with the rhythm of the turning year. The mist door was already forming. Harry could see it taking shape between 2 ancient oak trees, a swirling portal of silver and grey, shot through with the frozen starlight of the unseelie court. Beyond it lay the other world. The throne of Mab. The court of air and darkness. His home for the next month. "You don't have to come," he said to the circle. "The covenant only requires my presence. The rest of you can stay here." "Shut up, Harry," Ginny said. "Yeah, shut up," Ron added. "We're coming." End of discussion. "Someone has to document the otherworld's legal structure," Hermione said. "This is an unprecedented opportunity for cross-realm research." "I want to see the moon trees," Neville said. "Luna says they're beautiful." "They sing," Luna said. "They sing songs about the stars. You can only hear them if you're very quiet and very brave." Snape said nothing. He simply stepped forward and stood at the edge of the circle, his dark eyes fixed on the mist door, his expression unreadable. Harry smiled. "All right. Let's go meet the Queen." The 7 of them walked into the mist, and the doorway closed behind them. The other world was waiting. The court of air and darkness was not as Harry remembered it. The throne room was still a cathedral of black ice and frozen starlight, but it was warmer now, not physically, but in some other sense. The city lords and ladies who lined the walls seemed less hostile, less hungry. The shadows that clung to the corners of the hall were softer, less threatening. Mab sat on her throne, the chaos shard glowing at her throat like a pendant. She had incorporated it into her regalia, Harry realized. A symbol of the new covenant. A reminder that the treaty had been paid for with something valuable. "Emrys child," she said. "You have returned. I said I would. I keep my promises. So I have observed. Your circle of anchors is intact. Your mortal realm is at peace. Your treaty is being codified into law by the government you call the Ministry." Mab tilted her head. "You have accomplished more in 6 months than most Emrys heirs accomplish in a lifetime. I had good help." "Indeed. The quality of one's allies is a reflection of the quality of one's leadership." Mab rose from her throne and descended the steps. "You will reside in the guest quarters for the duration of your stay. Your friends are welcome, as agreed. The negotiations for the finer points of the treaty will begin tomorrow." "Fine points?" "There are always fine points. The covenant establishes the framework. The details must be worked out between our courts and your representatives. It will be tedious, but necessary." Harry nodded. He had expected this. Hermione was already vibrating with anticipation at the prospect of negotiating with city lawyers. Ron had brought a trunk full of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products, which he claimed were diplomatic gifts but were probably just an excuse to prank fairies. "One more thing," Mab said. "Before you retreat to your quarters, there is someone who wishes to meet you." "Someone?" Mab gestured, and a figure stepped out from behind one of the ice pillars. It was a young woman, or at least, she looked like a young woman. She had silver hair and violet eyes and the graceful, elongated proportions of the Siddhi. But there was something mortal about her too. Something human. Something that made Heir of Emrys' fire flicker with recognition. "This is Arya," Mab said. "She is a half-blood, Siddhi mother, mortal father. She was born in the otherworld during the final years of the old binding. She has never seen the mortal realm." Harry looked at the young woman. She was staring at him with an expression of cautious hope, her violet eyes wide, her silver hair falling past her shoulders in waves. "You want me to take her back with me," he said. "I want you to show her that the mortal realm is not the hell her mother's stories made it seem. I want you to prove that the new covenant is more than words on parchment. That our worlds can coexist not just in theory, but in practice." Mab's voice was quiet. "She is the first. There will be others. Children born between worlds, belonging to neither. If the covenant is to succeed, they must have a place." Harry looked at Arya. She looked back at him. After a moment, she smiled, tentative, hopeful, utterly human. "Hello," she said. "I've heard a lot about you." "Hello," Harry said. "I promise not to be as terrifying as the stories make me sound." "That's a relief. Some of the stories are very terrifying. They're probably exaggerated. I only fought one basilisk, not 3. Arya laughed, and the sound was bright and musical and full of relief. Behind Harry, Ron muttered something about Harry collecting another stray. Ginny elbowed him in the ribs. "Welcome to the circle," Harry said. "Or at least, welcome to the extended circle. The diplomatic corps. The bridge-building team. Whatever we're calling ourselves these days. We really need to come up with an official name," Hermione said. "Later," Harry said. "Right now, let's get settled. It's going to be a long month." The month in the otherworld passed quickly. Harry spent his days in negotiations, his evenings exploring the frozen gardens and crystalline forests of the Unseelie court. Arya accompanied him everywhere, asking questions about the mortal realm in her soft, musical voice. She wanted to know about the seasons, real seasons, not the perpetual winter of the court. She wanted to know about the sea, which she had heard described but never seen. She wanted to know about Hogwarts, about Quidditch, about the magical creatures that lived in the Forbidden Forest. "She's like a first year," Ron said one evening. "Excited about everything. It's kind of nice, actually." "It's more than nice," Hermione said. "It's proof that the covenant can work. If someone raised entirely in the otherworld can be curious about the mortal realm instead of hostile to it, then there's hope for genuine cooperation." Ginny spent hours teaching Arya how to fly on one of the floating ice platforms that served as the court's approximation of a Quidditch pitch. Neville showed her the seeds he had brought from Hogwarts, explaining how each plant grew and bloomed and died and returned. Luna told her stories about the creatures that lived in the spaces between worlds, which Arya found fascinating even though Hermione insisted they weren't real. Snape kept to himself, as usual, but Harry noticed him speaking with one of the Siddhi apothecaries about potion ingredients that only grew in the otherworld. A trade agreement was already forming, Harry realized. A bridge between magical traditions that had been separated for 1,000 years. On the last night of their stay, Mab summoned Harry to her private chambers. The Queen's quarters were not what he expected. They were simple, a single room carved from living ice, furnished with a bed of frozen petals and a single chair that looked like it had been grown rather than made. The only decoration was a mirror that covered one entire wall, its surface showing not a reflection but a vision of the mortal world. Forests, mountains. Oceans. Cities glittering with lights. "I come here when I wish to remember what we were fighting for," Mab said. "The beauty of your world. The chaos of it. The life. It's not perfect. The mortal world, I mean. There's still prejudice. Still injustice. Still people who would rather fight than negotiate. I know. The Sidhi are not perfect either. We are cruel, and proud, and slow to change. Mab turned from the mirror. But the Covenant gives us a reason to try. That is more than we have had in a millennium. Harry nodded. I wanted to thank you. For accepting the treaty. For treating Arya well. For everything. You earned it. You passed the trials. You spoke your truth. You embraced your shadow. You chose mercy over destruction. You are the Emrys heir we have been waiting for, not because you are powerful, but because you are wise enough to know that power is not the answer. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Perhaps I am learning from your example. Mab smiled, and for the first time, the expression was not cold at all. Perhaps there is hope for the Sidhi yet. The next morning, Harry and his circle returned to the mortal realm. The mist door deposited them at the edge of the forbidden forest, exactly where they had left. The sun was rising over Hogwarts, painting the castle in shades of gold and rose. The golden threads of the Covenant spiraled through the air, bright and strong. Arya stepped through the door last, her violet eyes wide with wonder. She looked at the castle, at the forest, at the sky that was blue and bright and nothing like the frozen twilight of the otherworld. It's beautiful, she whispered. Yeah, Harry said. It is. They walked back to the castle together, the 7 anchors of the Covenant, plus one young woman who represented everything the new treaty stood for. The castle doors opened to welcome them. The portraits cheered. The house elves prepared a feast. And Harry Potter, the Emrys heir, the keeper of the Covenant, the ambassador between worlds, went home. The years passed. Harry finished his education at Hogwarts, not as a student, but as a teaching assistant, helping the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor develop a curriculum that included practical instruction on interrealm diplomacy. The position was temporary, a way to stay connected to the castle while he figured out what came next. What came next turned out to be more than he expected. The wizarding world had changed. The exposure of the Sidhi courts to the general population had been a shock, but an oddly well-received one. The treaty's terms were taught in Hogwarts classes. The ministry's new Department of Interrealm Relations employed dozens of witches and wizards who specialized in Sidhi law and customs. The Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes opened a branch in the otherworld, selling joke products that the Sidhi found baffling but oddly charming. Ron became the youngest head Auror in ministry history. Hermione was promoted to deputy minister, with a mandate to expand the interrealm framework to include other magical beings, centaurs, mere-people, goblins, the marginalized communities that had been excluded from the original Covenant. Ginny played professional Quidditch for the Holyhead Harpies for 5 years before retiring to run the Department of Magical Games and Sports, where she revolutionized the sport by introducing an interrealm league. Neville became the herbology professor at Hogwarts, taking over from a fully recovered Professor Sprout. His research into cross-realm plants produced several new potion ingredients that revolutionized the field of magical medicine. Luna wrote a book about her experiences in the otherworld that became an international bestseller, though critics still couldn't agree on which parts were fact and which were fiction. Snape remained in the Hebrides, but he visited Hogwarts twice a year, once for the winter solstice, to renew the Circle's connection to the Unseelie Court, and once for the summer solstice, when the Seelie Court's ambassador visited the mortal realm. He never stayed long, but he always came. The Circle remained whole. Arya became the Otherworld's first official envoy to the mortal realm. She split her time between the courts and Hogwarts, where she taught a wildly popular elective on Sidhi culture. Students loved her, her gentle humor, her endless curiosity, her refusal to treat the divide between worlds as anything more than a difference in perspective. She and Harry remained close, bound by the shared experience of belonging to 2 worlds and trying to make them understand each other. And Harry became something he had never expected to be. Not a hero. Not a martyr. Not a symbol or a legend or a name in a history book. He became a teacher. The position was informal at first. Students who had questions about the Covenant, about the Emrys' inheritance, about the events of the war, they came to him in the library, in the great hall, on the Quidditch pitch. He answered their questions as honestly as he could, sharing his failures as well as his successes, admitting the moments when he had been afraid or uncertain or wrong. The trial of truth had taught him that honesty was more powerful than legend, and he had never forgotten it. Eventually, Headmistress McGonagall offered him a formal position, Professor of Interrealm Relations, a new post created specifically for the changing world. Harry accepted. He taught 3 classes a week, mentored students who were struggling with their own inheritances or prophecies or destinies, and spent his free time walking the Forbidden Forest with Ginny, watching the golden threads of the Covenant spiral through the trees. They married in a small ceremony at the Burrow, surrounded by family and friends and a handful of Sidhe dignitaries who have become genuine allies over the years. Mab sent a gift, a shard of crystal from the heart of the otherworld, enchanted to show the viewer their truest self. Harry placed it on the mantel of their cottage in Hogsmeade, next to the photo album Hermione had given him and a framed letter from Dumbledore that he had found among the headmaster's effects. The letter was short. Dumbledore had written it the night before he died, in the hours between the battle and the dawn. Harry had read it so many times he knew it by heart. "Dear Harry," it began. "If you are reading this, I have moved on to whatever adventure comes next. I hope it is a good one. I hope there are lemon drops. I hope you will forgive an old man his many failures, and remember that even the most misguided of mentors can love his students with all his heart. You have become something remarkable, not because of the prophecy or the inheritance or the choices I made on your behalf, but because of the choices you made yourself. That is the greatest magic there is. Not power. Not knowledge. Choice. The choice to love. The choice to trust. The choice to be merciful when mercy is the hardest thing in the world. I am proud of you. Your parents would be proud of you. And I hope, wherever you are happy. Forgive me. Remember me. And live your life, Harry. Not as a symbol. As yourself." Harry kept the letter on the mantel. He read it every Christmas. 20 years passed. The wizarding world had changed beyond recognition. The Sidhe courts were now a familiar presence, strange and dangerous and beautiful, but familiar. Unseelie winter festivals drew tourists from around the world. Seelie summer markets sold enchanted goods that Muggle technology couldn't replicate. Half-blood children like Arya were no longer anomalies, they were a growing population, with their own community, their own traditions, their own place in both worlds. The Circle of Seven had endured. Ron and Hermione had 3 children, all of whom had inherited their parents' stubbornness and brilliance in equal measure. Ginny and Harry had 2, a boy named James, who had his mother's fierce grin and his father's Emrys frequency, and a girl named Lily, who had her grandmother's red hair and a quiet wisdom that reminded Harry of Luna. James was 14 when his power awakened. It happened during a Quidditch match. He was playing Seeker for Gryffindor, a position that had become something of a Potter family tradition, when the opposing team's beater sent a bludger directly at his head. The impact should have broken his skull. Instead, the bludger stopped in midair, surrounded by a golden glow that Harry recognized immediately. The Emrys fire. The match was paused. The crowd went silent. James stared at his hands, at the golden light flickering around his fingers, at the bludger that was still hovering in the air as if held by invisible strings. "Dad," he said, his voice small and frightened. "What's happening?" Harry walked onto the pitch. The crowd parted for him. He was the keeper of the Covenant, the Emrys heir, the most powerful wizard in a generation, and he had never looked more like an ordinary father than he did in that moment. "It's the inheritance," he said quietly. "The Emrys frequency. It's awakened in you. But, I'm not you. I'm not the heir. The Covenant already has a keeper. The Covenant doesn't need a keeper. The Covenant is self-sustaining now, the golden threads maintain themselves, the circle renews its own anchors. What's awakening in you isn't a burden. It's a gift. The Emrys power isn't just for one person anymore. It's for everyone who carries the frequency. Everyone who's worthy. James looked at his hands. The golden light was fading now, retreating back under his skin, but Harry could see it there, a flicker of ancient fire, waiting. I don't understand. Neither did I, at first. But the inheritance isn't a cage anymore. It's not Merlin's prison or Voldemort's obsession or Dumbledore's secret. It's just power. Magic that comes from truth and shadow and mercy. Magic that's tied to who you are, not what anyone expects you to be. How do I control it? You don't. Not at first. You feel it. You let it feel you. And eventually, Harry smiled. Eventually, you learn that control isn't about forcing the power to obey. It's about being honest enough that the power doesn't want to disobey. James stared at him for a long moment. Then the bludger dropped to the ground, and the golden light went out, and James Potter threw his arms around his father and held on. I'm scared, he whispered. I know. I was scared too. But you're not alone. You have your mother. You have your sister. You have the Circle, Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron and everyone who's been part of this since the beginning. Harry hugged his son back. And you have me. For as long as you need me. The Quidditch match resumed. James caught the snitch, not with the Emrys' power, but with his own skill and his own speed and his own fierce determination. Gryffindor won by 150 points. The crowd cheered. Ginny kissed Harry on the cheek and said, he's going to be insufferable about this for weeks. And Harry Potter, the Emrys' heir, the keeper of the Covenant, the father of a new generation of magic, watched his son fly and thought about the cupboard under the stairs. He thought about the cold. The hunger. The loneliness that had carved hollows in his soul. He thought about the boy who had lived there for 10 years, believing he was nothing, believing no one would ever care if he lived or died. That boy was gone. In his place was a man who had faced the Queen of Air and Darkness and offered her mercy. Who had forged a treaty that would last for centuries. Who had built a family and a future and a world where the children of two realms could grow up together. The Emrys' frequency pulsed under his skin, not a burden, not a prophecy, just a part of him. The scar on his forehead had faded years ago, leaving only a faint line that no one noticed anymore. The golden threads of the Covenant spiraled through the air, connecting him to the Circle of Seven, to the courts, to the otherworld, to everything he had fought for. He was happy. Genuinely, simply, profoundly happy. Come on, Ginny said, tugging at his arm. James is going to give a victory speech. Probably a long one. Probably with dramatic hand gestures. He gets the hand gestures from you. He does not. I'm dignified. You once hexed a reporter so hard his hair turned into live spiders. That was a completely proportionate response to what he said about my chaser formation. Harry laughed and followed his wife back toward the castle. The sun was setting over the forbidden forest, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The golden threads of the Covenant shimmered in the fading light. And somewhere in the otherworld, in the Court of Air and Darkness, Mab sat on her frozen throne and watched the mortal realm through her mirror. The Chaos Shard still glowed at her throat, a reminder of the debt that had been paid and the peace that had been bought with it. Beside her, Arya stood silent, her violet eyes fixed on the image in the mirror. He did what Merlin could not, Mab said quietly. He made the prison into a home. Not a home, Arya said. A bridge. Between worlds. Between peoples. Between past and future. Bridges can be crossed in both directions. Yes. That's the point. Mab smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine, the smile of someone who had waited 1,000 years and finally received what she had been promised. Then let us cross it. Let us see what the mortal world has made of our gift. The mirror shimmered. The vision changed, not showing the past, but something new. A future. A promise. A world where the golden threads of the Covenant stretched from horizon to horizon, binding realms together in a web of choice and love. And Harry Potter, the Emrys heir, the keeper of the covenant, the boy who had lived, walked into that future with his family beside him and the fire of ancient magic burning steady in his heart.